What's going on there, YouTube? And welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we're going to do a full story video. A full story video is when I sit down and take a bunch of videos that tell one overarching story and combine them together into one big video. Now, today's full story video is going to be about Excalibur, Chirs Claremont's run on Excalibur, because he was the guy that actually gave us this brand new superhero team in the late 1980s. Now, there were some books leading up to issue number 34, the last issue he actually wrote, that was not written by him, but still, he wrote most of the books getting up to that number right there to make sure we had a full understanding of what Excalibur is going to be about. And honestly, there were some great stories like the Cross-Time Caper, which was a massive 12-part story arc where you had Excalibur traveling across the multiverse. But either way, I'm going to put together all the different books that he wrote for the superhero team into one big video. So with that being said, I do hope you enjoy. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to X-Men Inferno. And now we pick up with Excalibur. Yes, we do. Now, this was a series that was in high demand as soon as I begun my coverage over X-Men comics with the Mutant Massacre. And I said, hey, you know what? If we get to that point, I will cover Excalibur. Well, here we are. Now, we're not going to jump into the main series. That comes later. Instead, we have to cover the special that came out right before the launch of the main series by Chirs Claremont in Marvel, better known as Excalibur, The Sword is Drawn. This was a one-shot that told us the story of how Excalibur came together and how they were able to realize they should carry on the dream of Charles Xavier. And so getting into the opening pages for today's story, we pick up with Kitty Pryde. Now, around this point, you have to remember that the X-Men are technically no longer around. See, when it came to Fall of the Mutants, we saw at the tail end of that event, the X-Men gave up their lives to keep the adversary out of their reality. Now, the X-Men were brought back to life by Lady Roma, and the world has no idea the X-Men are technically alive. And that includes all their friends like Kitty Pryde, who was not there because thanks to the Mutant Massacre, her and Nightcrawler had to recover. They had some severe injuries. And so Kitty Pryde is having a nightmare right now about the idea of, not being able to see the X-Men anymore. Now, when it comes to her nightmare, it is a very weird one because she does arrive at a movie set where it seems like the entire life of the X-Men was just one big movie or some kind of TV show, that nothing was ever real when it came to her life being an X-Men. And we already know that is not true. But at first, it seems like she is excited to see her team, but realized there's something wrong with her team. And again, she realized it's some kind of movie set and Charles Xavier is the director, which means all their powers were never real at all. But in the middle of her nightmare, she is confronted by, Rachel Summers. Now remember, Rachel Summers is the daughter of Cyclops and Jean Grey from an alternate timeline, better known as the Days of Future Past. Now, when it came to Rachel, she was brought back in time with the Phoenix, and so she's technically the Phoenix at this moment in time. Except in the earlier parts of X-Men comics, she did join the X-Men, but then she had just disappeared. Well, we kind of find out that she was taken away as a hostage by Mojo in his reality, and she has been kept there ever since she left the X-Men. But when it comes to Kitty Pryde's nightmare, she does see Rachel, but she does see the rest of the team begin to use the chains on Rachel as a way to hold her there, to keep her there with them. And you have Kitty Pryde very confused about what in the world this nightmare is trying to tell her. Except once you have Rachel being able to escape the X-Men, her nightmare, they turn their attention on Kitty Pryde and they change forms into werewolves. And werewolves come from Mojoverse. And it seems like they're coming after Kitty Pryde, which then leads into her waking up. Now, with Kitty Pryde waking up from her nightmare, this gives me the chance to kind of explain what happened to Kitty Pryde in the Mutant Massacre. Like I said, she was severely injured. And when it came to her injury, it was really more of the idea that she was unable to control her phasing ability. She was always in a phasing state. Now, after a few stories, they were able to fix that to a degree, meaning that she's able to control her powers, but she really has to concentrate. But either way, once she does wake up, she remembers, she realizes that the X-Men are dead, and she hates this so much because the X-Men were like her family. But then we pick up with the character known as Megan. Now, Megan is a mutant who has the ability to shapeshift. Now, around this time in Marvel Comics, she is with Captain Britain. But either way, we do pick up with her just being a happy young woman, just enjoying life and being able to bond with the Dolphins. Except when she gets back home, she finds out the X-Men are dead. Now, here's the thing, because on the X-Men, you had Psylocke, and Psylocke is the twin sister to Captain Britain, but also a close friend to Megan. And she already knows this must be hard for her boyfriend with the idea that his twin sister had sacrificed her life to save the world, that she is no longer around. But by the time you have Megan being able to find Captain Britain, well, she sees that this is a man who already knows what happened to his sister, and he has been drinking, and I mean a lot. And so he is so drunk and upset about the idea of what happened to his twin sister. When you have Megan walk over to him and say, hey, you have to understand, there was nothing that you could do. You were across the world. There was no way you could have been there to actually help her. He says, go away, some few names there I'm not going to say, but he basically tells her to go away because she does not understand what he is going through. And she is so scared of how he was acting, she does run off. And she's so upset that she was not able to comfort the man that she loves, that she runs into her room, but kind of realize that maybe there's somebody that she can talk to that could possibly help her to help Captain Britain. And so she leaves to find that person. But then we have to jump over to Nightcrawler. Now, when it came to the Mutant Massacre, just like Kitty Pryde, Nightcrawler was also severely injured, except when it came to his injury, well, he was just in a coma for a very long time. But the problem for Nightcrawler was, as soon as he woke up, he found out the X-Men are no longer around. They had died. And so this man is also upset about the idea of what happened to the X-Men. Now, he is confronted by Kitty Pryde, and you have the two characters being able to be there for one another, but you also have Kitty Pryde express the nightmare that she had in the earlier parts of this story. And when it comes to Nightcrawler, it seems that he also had the same nightmare as Kitty Pryde. And they're both wondering that maybe it was Rachel Summers trying to call out for help. But if that's the case, where in the world is she? Now, you do have Nightcrawler and Kitty Pryde go back over to the small house that Kitty Pryde is staying at. Except when they walk into that house, well, They are confronted by Gatecrasher and her crew. Now, when it comes to Gatecrasher, she and the rest of the crew, they all come from different dimensions, but they came together to form a group known as TechNet. Now, they're better known as bounty hunters who work for Saturnine, and I really hope I pronounce her name correctly. I went on YouTube to make sure to say her name correct, and that's what most people are calling her. Either way, when it comes to Saturnine, apparently she's looking for the Phoenix. And like I said earlier, around this time in Marvel Comics, well, Rachel Summers was the current Phoenix. And apparently she's a danger to the entire universe. And so the TechNet group is going after her to hopefully capture her. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, Nightcrawler, and also Megan, who appears later on, they all agree in the idea of not telling the TechNet group where is Rachel Summers, even though the crew has no idea where she is at. But because they did that, well, you didn't have TechNet attack our heroes and being able to capture both Megan and also Kitty Pryde. Nightcrawler was able to get away because he realized they were not in the right position to fight against a force like that. But he also realized he needs some help, and that help would be Captain Britain. But speaking of Rachel Summers, we do see her being able to make it back to Earth's reality. Now remember, when it came to Rachel, she was being kept away in the Mojoverse, but she was able to escape and come back into Earth's reality, except she's being chased after by the Werewolves. Now the Werewolves, they work for Mojo, and they basically telling Rachel, you have to go back, because you signed a contract and you have to follow through with that contract. Now, when it comes to Rachel, she says, heck no, because she knows that she was tricked by Mojo to sign that contract. Either way, when it comes to Rachel, she's able to use her abilities of her own powers and the powers of the Phoenix to defeat at least one of the Werewolves. Now, when it comes to the Werewolves, when they lose one of their own, they go to the dead body, surround it, and howl into the night, basically saying they lost one of their own. And thanks to their howling, well, Gatecrasher, and the rest of her crew, TechNet, they hear the cries of the Werewolves, which means that she knows they must be nearby, which also means Rachel Summers must be nearby as well. Now we jump over to Nightcrawler, and when it comes to Nightcrawler, he goes over to the home of Captain Britain to ask for his help. Now, when it comes to Captain Britain, he's not in a state of mind to help out Nightcrawler, because at the moment he's wondering, what is the point of being a hero? Because to him, the hero life is pointless. No matter what, the world is not getting better. Heroes are dying left and right. Why should they continue on? But for Nightcrawler, he says, that's the hero life. No matter what, you have to continue on in hope that maybe one day down the road, the world would get better. But at the same time, we can't worry about that because the woman you love, my friend, they're both being held as hostages. And here's the thing. If you don't go help her, then you become the problem that you are thinking about. The problems of the hero life. And you have Nightcrawler leave, hoping that Captain Britain will follow, but you have Nightcrawler leave to hopefully go save the life of Kitty Pryde and also Megan. Now we jump over to Rachel Summers, and this leads into the formation of, well, X Factor, because when it comes to Rachel Summers, you currently have her wondering, what could possibly be her next move? She just found out the X-Men are dead, Magneto has taken over the school, and also Charles Xavier is no longer on Earth. She's wondering what in the world can she possibly do here? Except while she is thinking that, well, she is attacked by TechNet. Now, when it comes to TechNet, they have the numbers against her, but luckily for Rachel, Nightcrawler does appear. Except Nightcrawler is not really able to help her to fight against the forces of TechNet. But again, you didn't have someone else appear, and that would be Captain Britain. And that is why I say this is the section where you do have the formation of Excalibur. Now, with those three characters, they are able to free Megan and Kitty Pryde. And you have all five characters work together to be able to take down Techneck and also the Werewolves who appeared as well in the middle of the battle. Now, while you have both enemy groups realize that they have no way of actually defeating our heroes, you have both groups retreat for the time being. And you do have our heroes celebrating the idea of this kind of being a reunion. Because remember, Kitty Pryde and Nightcrawler, they haven't seen Rachel for a long time. And now they are able to see her again. And Megan is able to be back with Captain Britain. But the story is not done yet. Now, later on that night, you do have our heroes coming together. And when they do, they're having a campfire, but their conversation is not in a way where it seems, okay, we are about to see the birth of a new team in the world of Marvel Comics. No, their conversation is really more of, we are about to go our separate ways. What we did today was great and all, but hey, you know what? This was a one-time thing. But you have Rachel saying, why should it be a one-time thing? Why not make this a permanent thing? Why don't we try to continue on where the X-Men left off at? Why don't we try to carry on Charles Xavier's dream with the idea that mutants and humans can live together in harmony? And Charles' dream was very similar to King Arthur's dream. So hey, you know what? I feel like what we have here will be a great thing. The X-Men are gone and somebody has to step up. And just like that, you have every single one of them agree. And after them agreeing, you now have your Excalibur team in the world of Marvel Comics. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to X-Men Inferno, and now we pick up with Excalibur. Now we're going to jump into the main series, but we are only going to cover the first two issues of the main series to kind of give us a taste on what we're going to see in later books when it comes to Excalibur. Now remember, this team has Captain Britain, Nightcrawler, Megan, Kitty Pryde, and also the Phoenix. Not Jean Grey, but Rachel Summers. And this is a very interesting lineup, but it was a very popular series from the late 1980s all the way into the late 1990s. But I do hope you enjoy. And so getting into the opening pages for today's video, we do pick up with a character known as Tweedledope. And honestly, I like the name, but at the same time, it's really stupid. Either way, when it comes to Tweedledope, you see him messing with some kind of metal head. Now, I do want to say Tweedledope belong or used to belong around this point in time in Marvel Comics to a gang known as the Crazy Gang. Now, I'm not going to sit down and explain who that gang is. I'm going to save that for later videos. But when it comes to Tweedledope, we see him messing around with some metal head and keep continuing to put things inside the mouth of this metal head. Now, he does lose interest in the head once he sees a sign that says that he is wanted, and he throws the head away and goes somewhere else in the city. We then jump over to Excalibur. Now we see Excalibur trying to handle a hostage situation by working alongside with the police. Now this moment is really special because this is the team introducing themselves to the world by saying, hey, we are a new superhero team. We are here to help you guys out. But with that being said, when it comes to Captain Britain, they give him a break because they know who he is. He is their biggest superhero. But when it comes to characters like Kitty Pryde and Phoenix, well, they have some concerns because one, they have no idea who these ladies are, and two, you still have the world mostly scared of mutants, and so they have no idea if Kitty Pryde and Phoenix are mutants, but if they are, well, they're scared of them for that one particular reason. But you do have the two characters go inside the building to hopefully save the hostage, except out of nowhere, they are attacked by some werewolves. Now, werewolves are creatures from Mojoverse, and we saw them in our last Excalibur video. See, when it came to werewolves, they worked for a character known as Mojo, and they were sent to hunt down Phoenix because she had signed a contract to work for Mojo in his Mojoverse for her entire life, except she had escaped back into Earth's reality. And so when it comes to the werewolves, well, they're there to bring her back to Mojo. Now, we do learn that when it comes to werewolves, they have the ability to suck out someone's life energy to the point where the only thing is left is their skin. And you then have the werewolves be able to wear the skin as a disguise. And that is going to be very important. But you do have one of the werewolves being able to kill off a police officer and wear his skin as a disguise. Now, as soon as you have that werewolf being able to kill off the police officer, well, his death is felt with the mind of Rachel Summers, with her being a telepath. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to werewolves, they are immune to her psychic abilities. And that is really important because she did feel the officer's death, but when she tries her best to find his mind or to try to locate where it came from, she can't do that. One, because he's dead, and two, because the werewolves are immune to her abilities. Now, you do have her and Kitty Pryde get back on track in being able to handle the hostage situation, but after dealing with that, she does inform Kitty Pryde and Captain Britain what happened, and now you have the team very concerned about what in the world is going on with her, but also what could possibly be going on in the city. And our heroes have the right to be concerned because while you have the team go back home to rest at their new base, well, the werewolves, they continue on to find more people to use their skin as disguises to hopefully ambush Rachel down the road. But every single time they kill somebody, well, she feels that person's death, but just like earlier, she is unable to figure out where that person was at when they were killed off by a werewolf. Or werewolf, sorry. Now, we do jump over to Kitty Pryde. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, she's still sad about the idea of the death of the X-Men. See, around this point in time in Marvel Comics, the X-Men were, well, dead. Because when it came to Fall of the Mutants, the X-Men had given up their lives as a way to stop the adversary from being able to come back into their reality. Now, when they did that, they did it on live television. And so the entire world believes that the X-Men are dead. But here's the thing. The world has no idea that Lady Roma brought the X-Men back to life. And so the world believes the X-Men are dead, but in reality, they are alive. And when it comes to Kitty Pryde, she also believes that, and so she's very sad about the idea that she lost her family. Now, you do have Captain Britain coming downstairs to make sure that she is okay. She says yes, but she does inform us and him that she is working on some kind of new device. But when it comes to Captain Britain, he does tell Kitty that him and Rachel are going into the city to handle some business. But then we have to shift over to Nightcrawler and also Megan. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler and Megan, you have the two characters coming back to the lighthouse. And when they do arrive at the lighthouse, this gives Nightcrawler the ability to explore the place, to get a better understanding of where he is going to be at for the next few months, years, who knows how long. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, when he is able to explore the lighthouse, his new base, space? Well, he walks into one door and it takes him over to a completely different dimension, or possibly somewhere else in the Marvel universe. Either way, he freaks out and he goes back through the door that leads back to the lighthouse. Now he tells Megan, he's all like, hey, listen, I walked through one door and it took me somewhere else and I have no idea where. Except when she goes through the same door, it leads into a closet. He's kind of like, no, I'm not lying to you. This door led somewhere else. But for Megan, it doesn't. And that is very interesting. But then we jump over to Rachel Summers and Captain Britain at the bank. Now, when it comes to Rachel Summers, I want to focus on her at first because at the bank, she's by herself for a brief moment because she's having a conversation with Nightcrawler and Megan with her mind. But while having that conversation, she is confronted by a character known as Nigel Frobisher, and I really hope I pronounce his last name correctly. And when it comes to Nigel, he thinks that he is a ladies' man, that he is able to get any woman that he wants to get. And so when he walked into the bank, he saw Rachel Summers, and he believes that he'll be able to get her, to only have her use her powers as a way to scare him off. But this man is not going to give up that easily. And you have Captain Britain find that moment pretty funny, except out of nowhere, he is then confronted by Courtney Ross. Now, Courtney is his ex-girlfriend from his college days, and this is going to most likely lead into some drama down the road, because let's not forget, Captain Britain is with Megan, his team member, but also his current girlfriend. And now his ex-girlfriend is coming back into the picture as somebody who is now the vice president of the bank they are currently at. And you have the two characters catch up with one another, but you can tell the two characters are kind of thinking about each other in a more romantic kind of way. But then we have to jump over to Kitty Pryde. And when it comes to Kitty Pryde, we currently see her using her new device, better known as the Double Ganger module. And it has the ability to change her appearance and to look like somebody else. In her case, she is trying to look like Rachel Summers because Excalibur knows that the werewolves are out there looking for her to bring her back over to Mojo. And this is Kitty Pryde thinking, you know what? I should be able to handle the werewolves by myself because of my phasing ability. They will not be able to actually attack me. Well, that is going to be a problem later on. But when it comes to Kitty Pryde, she does go out into the city looking like Rachel Summers. Now, something else I should mention is that her device also emits energy that is very similar to Rachel Summers. And so when it comes to the werewolves, they're now detecting two phoenixes in the area, and they're wondering which one to go after. And of course, they go after the one that is Kitty Pryde. Now, you do have Nightcrawler walk into her room to find out what she is thinking, and you have Nightcrawler contact Rachel, who then contacts Kitty to tell her, hey, what are you doing? This is a bad idea. But this is Kitty saying, I should be able to, take care of these guys very easily. But as soon as she says that, she is confronted by the werewolves, and she does try her best to use her phasing ability to protect herself, except they are still able to attack her and hurt her, and that becomes the problem for this video. Because now she is unable to move for unknown reasons. Now you do have Rachel appear, but like I said earlier, when it comes to the werewolves, they are immune to her psychic attacks. Now that means she's still able to use objects around her, but the werewolves have the advantage here because Captain Britain, Nightcrawler, and also Megan are not there. The werewolves have the numbers at the moment, and so they are able to go toe to toe with Rachel Summers to the point where they realize they have no choice but to retreat for the time being. But they take Kitty Pryde with them because they still have no idea who is the real Phoenix here, Rachel or Kitty Pryde. And Kitty is unable to move nor phase away. And so you have the werewolves get away by the time the rest of the Excalibur team arrive. And they're all kind of wondering what in the world is going on here. But then we jump over to a random factory where we pick up with a character known as Colin McKay. Now, Colin McKay will become a not super important character in Marvel Comics, but he will reappear in a lot of books down the road when it comes to X-Men comics. Now, when it comes to Colin, we see him at the factory and we see him playing around with the same metal head we saw earlier at the very beginning of this video. Now, when it comes to Colin, it seems that he has become friends with this metal head. He talks to it, but we kind of find out that Colin is on the run by some woman known as Vixen. And really, as soon as he says that, well, the factory is surrounded by soldiers who work for Vixen, except when the soldiers go inside the building, they can't find him. And apparently, he had went into another dimension thanks to the metal head. And again, we still have no idea what in the world is this metal head. But getting back over to Excalibur, you do have them trying their best to chase after the werewolves to get Kitty Pryde back. Now, the werewolves were somewhat smart here. They ran into a subway station, and by the time our heroes were able to get inside the subway station, well, a train was on its way down, and our heroes had to use their powers to stop the train because a few folks had fell into the tracks and, well, they would have been killed by the train. Now, because of that, you didn't have the police arrive wondering who in the world has stopped the train and what in the world is all this commotion about. Now, when it comes to Rachel, she wants to ignore the officer and continue to hunt down the werewolves to find Kitty Pryde. But for Nightcrawler and Captain Britain, they can't do that. They are a new team and they need to try to build a relationship with the police. Except this officer does seem a tad bit fishy. But speaking of the werewolves, you have them being able to go into the deeper parts of the underground tunnels. Now, once they do arrive, they realize that they have the fake Phoenix. Kitty Pryde is not the real one. And so in their eyes, there's no point to keeping her around. So why not go ahead and kill her and use her skin as a disguise to hopefully ambush Rachel down the road? Except while you have one of the werewolves trying to absorb her life energy, well, you have Kitty being able to send out a psychic scream, where of course it was heard by Rachel Summers. She was able to locate where where Kitty Pryde was at. And so you have Rachel just fly straight over there. Except when it comes to Kitty, we see something strange happen to her. Instead of her life energy being absorbed, she just completely disappears. And the only thing that's left is her clothes. And the werewolves are wondering where in the world did she go to? Because at first she could no longer, phase. But out of nowhere, she just disappeared. Now, while you have Rachel Summers in the sky being the Phoenix, well, Nigel, the character we saw earlier who thinks that he is the Lady Man, he sees her. And this is a very important moment because he believes that her and him belong together. He had lost complete interest in the woman that he had in his bedroom at the moment. And now he only wants Rachel. Now, on the other side of the city, we pick up with Courtney. And like I said earlier, there's going to be some love drama coming up soon. Because when it comes to Courtney, she does also see the Phoenix in the sky, but she begins to think about her and Captain Britain back in the day when they were a couple. Meaning that she might try to get him back. But shifting our focus back over to Rachel, you have Rachel trying to use her powers to locate Kitty, except it's really hard to find Kitty because she has a weak psychic connection, and she tells the rest of the team to look deeper in the tunnels to hopefully find Kitty. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, he realized that one of the officers, matter of fact, the officer that had stopped Rachel earlier, is acting a tad bit weird, and really, he also goes into the the tunnels, and you have Nightcrawler follow, except Nightcrawler has no idea that Officer is a werewolf. And so when he goes in the tunnels, he finds the skin that the werewolf was using, except he can't find the werewolf. And the reason why? Because he is behind Nightcrawler and he is able to get the jump on Nightcrawler. Now with that attack happening, Nightcrawler was able to warn Rachel, who then warns Captain Britain and Megan about what happened to Nightcrawler, and they also run into the tunnels to hopefully find Nightcrawler, Kitty, and to save the day. But now we have to shift our focus back over to the werewolves, really the one that had tried to absorb Kitty Pryde earlier, because you do have that one beginning to change. Really, it begins to take the shape of Kitty Pryde and also begins to think like Kitty Pryde, and the idea of the two people have combined into one. Now, while you have that werewolf freaking out, the others are kind of upset with him because while he was freaking out, he did damage their skin disguises they were using earlier. Now, while you have the werewolves arguing with one another, well, you have Excalibur appear, and this leads into another battle. Also, because Nightcrawler was there as well as a hostage, he does wake up to help out Captain Britain and Megan to fight against the werewolves as well. Now you do have our heroes being able to take down the werewolves, and after doing that, well, they realize the one that looks like Kitty Pryde, something else begins to happen. Here's the thing. Kitty Pryde is actually inside the body of this werewolf, so she somehow phased into the body of the werewolf but was trapped inside. But now she's able to get herself out of its body. And it's honestly pretty gross because she comes out its mouth. But once she does come out, you do have the werewolf being able to turn back to normal. And our heroes are once again able to save the day. But the question is, what do you do to werewolves that continues to try to hunt down Rachel Summers? And so you have our heroes donate the werewolves like they are animals over to a nearby zoo. So now the public are able to observe these creatures without actually being harmed. But this is also a way to say, you know what, let's put these creatures on the back burner and possibly use them down the road for another story arc. But with that being said, please leave me a like down below. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Alright, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to X-Men Inferno. And now we pick up with Excalibur number 3. Yes, you heard that right. We are only going to cover one single issue because this is a one-shot where you have Captain Britain and Excalibur going up against the Juggernaut. But also, it's moving day. And I'll explain more about moving day in the second half of this video. But I really want to focus more on Excalibur getting ready to fight against the Juggernaut, because he is a very strong opponent for our brand new team in the world of Marvel Comics. So getting into the opening pages for today's video, we do pick up with a character known as Vixen. Now, we met Vixen in our last video, but that was not her first appearance. Matter of fact, she first appeared in Daredevil's, plural, number 9 back in 1983. Now, when it comes to Vixen, she is a British crime lord, but apparently in the opening pages for today's video, we come to find out that she was paid, or she's going to be paid, $1 million if she's able to accomplish a certain task. And so we see her and her crew breaking into a prison to break out a particular prisoner, and that would be the Juggernaut, of course. Now, as soon as she arrives and finds the Juggernaut, she makes a deal with him. If she is able to help him, he has to be able to help her. And you have the two characters agree on their deal. Now, we have no idea what the actual terms are, but they do agree to help each other out. And this leads into a prison break. Now, real quick, I love this prison break a lot because before it actually happens, you have the army appear to, hopefully capture the Juggernaut and also the prisoners who are going to break out with him. But as soon as you have the Juggernaut destroy the entire prison, which also releases every single prisoner of the prison, well, the army begins to realize that they are not able to actually stop the Juggernaut because he is unstoppable. But that brings in, well, Excalibur. Now, at first, they send in the big guns, and that will be Captain Britain. Now, this is the first time, apparently, that these two characters are meeting each other. And so the Captain Britain, he believes that he should be able to handle the Juggernaut. Yeah. That's a huge mistake because you have Big Boy here just punch Captain Britain back in one single punch, sending him flying and having the rest of the team wondering if he's actually able to handle the Juggernaut. Now, here's the thing. Rachel Summers, better known as the Phoenix, she has the ability to actually stop the Juggernaut right now because currently he is not wearing his helmet that usually protects him from any kind of psychic attacks, except this is Captain Britain wanting to see if he's actually able to handle the Juggernaut on his own, which of course he cannot. But either way, you have the rest of the team use their abilities and their time to capture the rest of the prisoners who are also trying to escape from the prison. And so once you have that all done, you then have Rachel Summers turn her attention back over to the Juggernaut and then use her ability to shut down his mind. So yes, you did have Excalibur fight against the Juggernaut, but honestly, it was not really that complicated or hard for the team to find a way to actually stop him. But then out of nowhere, we are then introduced to a random character whose main goal is to make contact with an alien race. And so he goes into an old factory where he finds Widget. Now, we have met Widget in our earlier Excalibur videos, except we have not learned much about Widget, but we will in later videos. Now, when it comes to our random character, he is trying his best to become friends with Widget. Now, when it comes to Widget, it wants to believe that our random character is a good person. And so he goes out of his way to open up a portal for our mysterious old man. The old man walks through the portal thinking that he is going to meet an alien, except once he does walk through the portal, he is confronted by Saturnine, and we're left to wonder what in the world is going on with this Widget character. But then we jump over to Moving Day. Now, this is really important because you are talking about the idea of Excalibur all moving in together under one roof. And of course, it would be Captain Britain's lighthouse. Now, this is a huge problem. You are talking about the idea of 5 people moving into a lighthouse that only has one bathroom. You're gonna have a lot of arguing happening in the early days of this new living situation. And technically it all starts with Kitty Pryde, because right before she moves in, she got sick with the flu. And she's trying her best to try different things to make herself feel better. And it does lead into different arguments with her and Captain Britain. Now, out of nowhere, a fire has started in the kitchen because of Megan. She's trying her best to make something that could possibly help Kitty Pryde get better, but unfortunately, she started a fire. Now, the fire is spreading and is heading towards a bunch of crates. Now, for Captain Britain, his idea is just move the crates away from the flames and then stop the flames from getting bigger. But when it comes to Rachel Summers, no. Why not go ahead and just throw those boxes into the ocean. And we kind of find out why she did that. Those boxes were full of whiskey. And when it comes to Captain Britain, he has become an alcoholic. And that is beginning the process of doing some harm to his relationship with Megan, because she feels like if he has a problem, he should go to her. But instead, he goes home and opens up a bottle and begins the process of him becoming what she believes an alcoholic. And it does lead into an argument where you have Captain Britain really expressing the idea that he's very upset with her, but also the idea of having the entire team living under his roof. And so he leaves. Now, Nightcrawler is able to comfort her, but we're left to believe in the possibility of her and Nightcrawler might be getting together. Now, when it comes to Rachel Summers, she does sit down with Kitty Pryde, and she explains to Kitty that Captain Britain does have the right to be upset here because he has given up his home to allow them to live in there. This is going to be an interesting living situation. But when it comes to Kitty, she is saying, all you have done is take, but you have not given anything up at all. And that right there is not okay at all. Now, Kitty Pryde kind of understands where Rachel is coming from, but at the same time, she's still somewhat upset. Now, when it comes to Kitty, she does continue to mess around with her tech, except out of nowhere, the power goes off. Now, when it comes to Kitty, she believes, okay, you know what? I must have shorted a fuse somewhere. Let me go ahead and go to breakers and see what I can do to turn the lights back on. Now, she goes into the same storage room we saw in our last video that Nightcrawler went into. And remember, in that video, when he had walked into that room, he walked into another dimension. But now it seems like Kitty Pryde is confronted by somebody who looks just like her, and also her pet dragon as well. And she freaks out and calls the rest of the team. Now, we do pick up with Captain Britain to kind of find out where he went to after running off in the middle of the night. And we currently see him talking to Courtney. Now, remember, Courtney is his ex-girlfriend from his college days, and she came back in the picture recently telling him that she's now a vice president of a new bank in the city. Now, the two characters were able to reconnect with one another, but let's not forget that Captain Britain is dating Megan, and here he is right now going to his ex-girlfriend hoping to get some kind of advice on what he should do with his life. And in our last video, we saw that Courtney still has feelings for Captain Britain. Now, when it comes to Brian, he says that he does not hate the idea of being Captain Britain. He just wished he had a choice, because to him, it was kind of forced on him to become a hero. And really, almost anything he does as a hero was forced on him. And he hates that so much. And he feels like if he had a choice, maybe, just maybe, his sister, Psylocke, would still be alive. Because remember, around this time in X-Men comics, the world believes that the X-Men are supposedly dead, not knowing that the X-Men are actually alive. Now, before you have Courtney and Brian able to continue on with their conversation, Rachel Summers does contact Brian with her psychic ability, saying, hey, you need to come back to the base, which he does leave to go back there. But after leaving, you can tell that Courtney is really hoping in the idea these two characters get back together again. Now, the ending of the book is really a strange one, because you do have Captain Britain go back to the base, the lighthouse, but they don't really tell him what exactly happened to Kitty Pryde. Instead, you have Captain Britain saying, maybe we can try to see if this can possibly work out. Meaning that he really hopes it can work out because he wants to make sure that this team actually succeeds. And then the book ends on that note. And then we move on to another character going after Excalibur. But I'm going to save that for another video. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. All right, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to X-Men Inferno. Now, we do pick up with Excalibur number 4 and number 5. Now, this is a two-part story arc where we do see the return of Arcade. Now, when it comes to Arcade, he is used in a lot of different Marvel books. But this one right here, this story arc is really important because when it came to Arcade first appearing in Marvel Comics, it took place in a Marvel team-up book with Spider-Man and Captain Britain. And so it only makes sense that Arcade would come back and try to get revenge against Captain Britain for failing to defeat him last time. But when it comes to Arcade, he goes after the ex-girlfriend of Captain Britain, and that would be Courtney Ross. Now, I'm going to explain more about Arcade later on in this video, but I want to focus on Courtney Ross. You see, when it comes to Courtney Ross, with her just being the ex-girlfriend of Captain Britain, and with her being back in the picture, she's basically being used as a way to bring some drama into the book, because let's not forget that Captain Britain is with Megan, but as we saw in the last video, he has begun the process of leaving Megan and getting back with Courtney, which could bring some more problems for the entire team. But either way, when we do pick up with Courtney Ross, she does miss Captain Britain. She does miss the idea of being with him. But out of nowhere, she's then attacked by the Crazy Gang. Now listen, the Crazy Gang is a set of characters who are literally crazy. And I'm not going to go out of my way to give you enough information about these characters because they're only used about 16 times in Marvel Comics. And really, most of the time they're being used, it's a way to just move the plot forward, and that's really it. Now, when it comes to Crazy Gang, they came here to grab Courtney for their master. Now, Courtney is able to handle these guys on her own to the point where she's able to get out of her office and get out in the streets into a taxi, and she believes that she's actually safe. Unfortunately, when she does get into the taxi, well, she runs into Arcade and Miss Locke. Miss Locke works for Arcade. But either way, you have Arcade tell her, I am going to use you as a way to get revenge against Captain Britain. Now, we do jump over to Kitty Pryde and also Rachel Summers. Now, you do have the two ladies just out in the city buying a bunch of clothes, just trying to get used to the idea of being in a new country, but at the same time argue about the differences in their styles. But either way, while you have the two ladies out there and they are getting ready to pay, when Kitty Pryde pulls out the money, it's not the usual money used in the country. Matter of fact, the face on the money belongs to one of the members of the Crazy Gang. And this is the way you have Arcade telling Excalibur, hey, I have Courtney Ross. If you want to save her, you better come here fast and get her. Now, we do have to shift our focus over to Nightcrawler and also Megan. Now, here's the thing. In our last video, I did mention that Megan is losing Captain Britain, but she's about to get with Nightcrawler, it seems. And really, you have Nightcrawler making all the moves to possibly get with Megan. And so, as we dive over to the lighthouse, you have Nightcrawler just trying his best to spend some time with Megan. But it does get to a point where you almost have the two characters kiss one another, but they're only interrupted when Captain Britain says, hey, Rachel and Kitty just came back and apparently something big had happened in the city. Now, once you have Kitty Pryde and also Rachel inform Captain Britain about what happened to Courtney, we see how protective he is over Courtney, how concerned he is for her. But the problem is, so does Megan. She's very worried about the idea that he is going to leave her for Courtney. Now, you do have Captain try to leave, but he is stopped by Rachel. And you have the entire team look at the different clues to try to figure out where he could have taken Courtney to. And of course, they were able to figure out a game plan and they head to that location. Now, this is where I kind of want to sit down and talk a tad bit more about Arcade. See, when it comes to Arcade, he does not have any abilities at all. Really, when it comes to Arcade, he is able to create amusement parks. Now, these amusement parks are really a way for him to kill off the different people that he has captured. And really, he calls these amusement parks Murderworld. And so if you are stuck in one of his Murderworld parks, you are most likely about to die if you are able to escape. Now, when it comes to Arcade, he has Courtney in a Murderworld, and he knows that sooner or later Excalibur should be there and try to save her. Now, we do pick up with two characters, and that will be Mormon Taggart and Callisto. Now, I'm not going to dive deep into what these characters are up to because unfortunately we have no idea what. All we know is that they're on a train heading towards a certain location, except they're then teleported somewhere else thanks to another character known as Widget. And we have been seeing Widget in our earlier videos going around and teleporting people over to other worlds or possibly other dimensions. And currently we see, well, these two ladies heading into what could be other world at the moment. But now getting back over to Excalibur, you do have Excalibur arrive at that location, what they believe could be where Arcade is holding Courtney, except they are ambushed by Crazy Gang. Now, when it comes to Crazy Gang, I don't look at them as a very powerful group that's able to go toe-to-toe with our heroes. Our heroes should be able to handle these guys. But the problem is they were ambushed, and Crazy Gang has devices that allow them to do mind swaps with each member of Excalibur. So for example, when it comes to Captain Britain, his mind is swapped with one of the members of Crazy Gang. He's now in their body while they're in his body, and that continues on for almost every single member of Excalibur, except two. When it comes to Rachel Summers, it seems that she was supposed to go in the body of the Executioner, except when it came time to do the mind swap, the robot disappeared, but it seems like now she is possessed by the Executioner. Now, the last member who was supposed to get their mind swapped was Kitty Pryde, except she was able to get away, which means that she is going to be used as a way to save Excalibur and Courtney Ross from Arcade. Now, some time does pass by, and we do see Courtney, Excalibur, and Crazy Gang all inside Murderworld, except only two of those groups right there is really trapped inside Murderworld, and that would be Excalibur and Courtney. Now, for Courtney, she's very confused. She has no idea why members of Excalibur is trying to kill her, while you have members of the Crazy Gang trying to save her. She has no idea that minds have been swapped. But either way, she knows she cannot stay there. Now for Arcade, this is perfect because now you are talking about the idea of getting your revenge against Captain Britain, but now with his teammates as well, but also killing off his ex-girlfriend Courtney. But we cannot forget about Kitty Pryde. Remember, Kitty Pryde was not captured nor mind swapped with the rest of the team, so she was able to actually follow them back over to the base of Arcade. So while you have Arcade, Miss Locke enjoying what they're seeing in Murderworld, you have Kitty Pryde appear. She grabs Arcade and takes him into Murderworld. So now there's a possibility that he could die. Now Miss Locke, she could save him, but when it comes to Kitty Pryde, let's not forget, when it comes to her abilities, most of the time when she fades through technology, she short circuits them. And so Miss Locke can no longer shut down Murderworld. And so now her boss Arcade is trapped inside with the rest of Excalibur and Courtney Ross. And so we then pick up with Kitty Pryde, and Kitty Pryde is going to wrap up the whole Arcade idea of the storyline. Now real quick, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, we do learn that her and Cypher, before he had died and Fall of the Mutants, were able to create a program that would allow them to save themselves when it comes to going up against a character like Arcade. And so you didn't have Kitty Pryde being able to upload that program, and Murderworld is no longer in his control. It's now in her control. Now, she does meet up with Courtney to inform Courtney what happened to Excalibur, the whole mind swap situation. But she does tell Courtney, you are the only person who can possibly help me here. And so what Kitty is saying is that I am going to distract them, and then you are going to sneak up from behind and attach the devices that could fix our whole entire problem to put their minds back into their original bodies. And so after a few pages, you do have our heroes being able to get back their own bodies or to break free from somebody's control. And the day is saved. They can take Arcade and just go ahead and throw him into prison. Now, when it comes to Courtney Ross, you do have her being able to finally go back home, except once she's able to get back home and thinks she has a night off to relax, she's then confronted by Saturnine. Now, this is actually a different Saturnine, and we'll dive more into that down the road. But this Saturnine just kills off Courtney, literally kills off Courtney, and we move on to Captain Britain. But did we jump over to Captain Britain, where you have Captain Britain informing Nightcrawler about the idea of leaving Megan and getting with Courtney, because he believes that Courtney does a better job understanding what it's like to be him, or knows him better than Megan does. And really, it leaves the door open for Nightcrawler to just swoop in and take Megan if he wants to. But he does tell Nightcrawler, I'm going to do it. I'm going to leave Megan for Courtney. And for our boy, Kurt, he's kind of like, you are making a huge mistake. And so once you have Captain Britain arrive at her apartment, he finds Courtney. Now, he has no idea. Most likely, this is not Courtney, but in his eyes, it is Courtney. And she makes a move. They kiss. And so this confirms that Captain Britain is officially leaving Megan to be with Courtney. And this What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men Inferno, except this time it's going to be our last video for this event. But we have already covered all the other X books that had came out around this time in Marvel Comics. Uncanny X-Men, X-Factor, and New Mutants. But there was another X book that was out around this time this event came out, and that was Excalibur. Now, here's the thing about Excalibur's tie-in to X-Men Inferno. They only had 2 chapters, Excalibur number 6 and Excalibur number 7. And the 2 chapters really took place in the early parts of the actual event. Matter of fact, they took place before the ending of New Mutants chapters in X-Men Inferno. But this X team did not cross over with the other X team like the X-Men or X-Factor and New Mutants. They were really on their own, but they were pulled here into this event by Rachel Summers, who was trying to save her younger brother. You see, when it comes to Rachel Summers, the daughter of Cyclops and Jean Grey from an alternate timeline, when she had arrived back into the main Marvel universe, Cyclops and also Madeline Pryor just had their son Christopher, who is her younger brother. And so when it came to Rachel, she went out of her way to build a mind connection between her and her younger brother Christopher. And so anytime he's in danger, he can call out for help, for her to help him out. And so when it came to X-Men Inferno, he was kidnapped multiple times by different people. But apparently he had called out for help. He wanted his big sister. And when it came to Rachel, around this point in time in Marvel Comics, she was the Phoenix. And so as soon as she felt that her brother was in danger, she ran off to go save her brother. But when she left, she caused a lot of damage to the lighthouse, the current base for Excalibur. And the rest of the team is freaking out wondering what in the world is going on with Rachel. Now, something else I should mention is that when it comes to Captain Britain and Megan, they're kind of falling apart when it comes to their relationship, to the point where you now have Nightcrawler trying to move in on that relationship. And that is going to be somewhat important for today's video. Now, before we are able to explore the whole Rachel Summer storyline, we have to jump over to a brand new organization coming together, and that would be WHO, and they stand for Weird Happenings Organization. Now, their main goal is to, well, go around and investigate weird things happening in the world. Now, we are introduced to 3 members of this organization. First is Dave Thomas, and he was called up by Alessandra Stewart, and I really hope I pronounced her first name correctly. Now, when it comes to Stewart, the reason why she called up Thomas is because a random train had appeared out of nowhere. Now, before we are able to talk more about the train, I kind of want to talk about another member of this organization, and that would be Alistair Stewart. He is the twin to Alessandra Stewart. And you have Alistair tell Day that, hey, listen, this train is not normal. And the reason why? Because it is a Nazi train. And the Nazis lost back in World War II. So why in the world is a Nazi train appearing randomly in our train stations? Now, here's the thing, because when you have the WHO members get on the train, they are confronted by Moira McTaggart and also Callisto. But here's the catch. Those 2 characters, as we know, are usually, side characters in X-Men comics. But for some reason, they're Nazis, and they're kind of wondering why the WHO organization is trying to board their train. And so we're led to believe that this version of Moira and this version of Callisto must have come from another universe, another Earth. Now, when it comes to Chirs Claremont, he does not spend that much time when it comes to the WHO organization. He wants his main focus to be on, well, the Inferno event. And so we jump back over to Rachel Summers. Now, when it comes to Rachel, when she arrives in New York, she's kind of like, okay, I have to find my brother. But like I said earlier, when it comes to the Excalibur chapters, they take place right in the middle of the New Mutants chapter. And so you have all these different kind of demons just running around. You have different objects coming to life. Now, when it comes to Rachel, she runs into the Goblin Queen. And remember, the Goblin Queen is Madeline Pryor, but Madeline is the clone of Jean Grey. And so for Rachel, she's like, oh my God, it's my mother, not knowing it's not her mother. It's Madeline, who has gone crazy and taking a huge part in the Inferno event. Now, out of nowhere, Rachel is grabbed by a building that had came to life. And that is a huge problem for her, because no matter how powerful Rachel is, she's unable to actually escape from this building that had came to life. And so, matter of fact, you have this building being able to absorb Rachel inside of it. And we're left to wonder what in the world had happened to Rachel. Now, when it comes to the rest of the Excalibur team, they're on their way over to New York because Kitty Pryde knew where Rachel was trying to go to, because again, Rachel was able to build a mind link with her younger brother, Christopher. Now, when it comes to Excalibur, like I said earlier, there's some drama going on at the moment. Let me explain. So when it comes to Captain Britain, he is currently dating Megan. But as we saw in the earlier parts of Excalibur, Captain Britain has been getting back with his ex-girlfriend from his college days, and that would be Courtney Ross. And Nightcrawler knows all about it. And when it comes to Nightcrawler, he's very upset at Captain Britain stepping out on Megan. And so for Nightcrawler, he is trying to move in and replace Captain Britain in Megan's life to be her new boyfriend. And so while you have the team trying to fly over to New York, you have different things happen in a way where now you have Megan using her flying ability to carry Nightcrawler while you have Captain Britain carry Kitty Pryde. And that gives Nightcrawler the chance to spend some quality alone time with Megan to the point where he's hoping she'll leave Captain Britain for him. But now we have to jump back over to Rachel Summers. Now, when it comes to Rachel, she was able to escape from that building that was trying to absorb her. Except right after being able to escape, well, she's then confronted by an unknown character. And she is hoping that this unknown character would be able to tell her what in the world is happening currently in New York. Except we're left to believe that this character is about to do something big to Rachel. Now, once you have the rest of the Excalibur team arrive, they realize that New York has changed a lot since the last time they were in the city. Of course, talking about the idea of demons being all over the city. But on top of that, the Empire State Building has grown a lot since the last time they were around. And remember, when it came to the Empire State Building, that was a very huge factor when it came to Nastier's plan. Because if he was able to have Madeline sacrifice her son on the new version of the Empire State Building, he would then be able to open up a portal that would allow the demons of Limbo to come into Earth. Now, you have our heroes split up into two groups, and of course, you have Nightcrawler sticking around with Megan. But while you have the two characters being able to get farther into New York, well, out of nowhere, Megan is not acting like herself, to the point where she begins to act like other people who are being affected by Limbo's magic. And she is confronted by Nastier, who turns her into the Goblin Princess. Of course, she cannot be called the Goblin Queen because Madeline is at the moment. But now Megan is on the side of Nastier. Now Nightcrawler realized he has to get the heck out of there because one, Megan is now his enemy, and two, a bunch of demons had arrived. And so he jumps off the Empire State Building. Now, after Nightcrawler had jumped off the building, he did crash on the lower level of New York, except when he looked up, he sees Madeline Pryor, except now she's wearing a wedding dress. But it seems like she was turned into a mannequin, and so she's unable to move. And the question is, what exactly happened to her? But then we jump over to Captain Britain and also Kitty Pryde, who's going out of their way to protect the innocent people who are being attacked by different objects that had came to life. Now, after you have our heroes being able to protect a few innocent people, they are then confronted by the Goblin Princess. Now, when it comes to the Goblin Princess, Megan, it's not really her going after Captain Britain because she feels like he no longer loves her. It's really more of she's being controlled by Nastier to go after different people who are close to her. And so there is a nearby movie theater, and out of nowhere you have all these films come out like chains to grab Captain Britain and Kitty Pryde and drag them inside the theater. Instead, once they're inside, they are teleported inside a movie where you have Captain Britain thinking that he is some kind of role where he has to protect the Goblin Princess, and his main enemy in this movie is Kitty Pryde. Now, Kitty Pryde is very confused about what is happening at the moment, but all she now knows is she has to fight against Captain Britain. But now we have to jump into the second chapter where we pick up with a character known as Crotus. Now, when it comes to Crotus, he first appeared in the earlier chapters of X-Men Inferno. Really, he appeared in the chapters for Exterminators, where he was a demon who was trying his best to please his master. Now, after failing his master, which was Nastir, Nastir let him go. And so when it comes to Crotus, he had just been wandering around New York, wondering what to do with his life. But then he finds Rachel Summers. Now, by this point, Rachel is a mannequin. But when it comes to Crotus, he knows that Rachel possesses the power of the Phoenix. And he wants to use the power of the Phoenix to put himself on even levels with Nastir, as a way to show Nastir that he is not a worthless demon. But now we jump back over to Kitty Pryde and also Captain Britain, who are still stuck inside the movie. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde and Captain Britain, you do have the two characters fight against each other, and Kitty Pryde is able to use her phasing ability to dodge most of the attacks. But here comes the problem for Kitty. You see, even though she is able to dodge most of the attacks, there are innocent people who were also pulled inside this movie. And most of the attacks that she is dodging could actually hit the innocent people who are behind her. And so she has no choice but to stop using her phasing ability. Now, when it comes to Kitty, she is a well-trained fighter. And with those skills, she was able to take down Captain Britain. But here comes the next problem. The movie changed into a horror film. And now Captain Britain has turned into some kind of creature who is trying to kill off Kitty Pryde. And Kitty Pryde has no choice but to go ahead and run away. But now we have to jump back over to Nightcrawler, and we kind of find out that Nightcrawler is okay after jumping off a taller version of the Empire State Building. Now, once he does get back up, he's actually eaten by a police car. Yes, you heard that right, a police car, because again, when it came to Inferno, you had different objects come to life. And so when it comes to Nightcrawler, like I said, he was eaten by a police car. Now, once inside the car, he realized that there are other innocent people the car had also eaten. But because you have everyone freaking out inside this monster's belly, it actually throws everyone back up. And so you have Nightcrawler wondering, what in the world is going on in New York? And what in the world did he just go through? Now I want to shift our focus back over to Kitty Pryde and also Captain Britain again, because I really do love the whole idea of this horror film, because it brings back a lot of good memories of, sitting down and watching those scary movies. Because when it comes to Kitty Pryde, she's trying her best to run away, but no matter what, Homeboy is just able to get there like it is nothing. Now, you would think, okay, Kitty Pryde should be able to use her phasing ability to dodge, again, most of the attacks that are coming from Captain Britain. But she can't. For some reason, her phasing abilities no longer works. And so she was only barely able to dodge one of his attacks. Now, I do want to say, it's kind of cool to see a call out to Freddy Krueger in this one book right here, because Homeboy almost looks just like Freddy Krueger. Now I want to shift our focus back over to Nightcrawler again, because Nightcrawler is going through it, guys, because he does find cover in a nearby mall. And matter of fact, on the way there, he is able to save a woman that's being attacked by some mannequins. Yes, you heard that right. Mannequins have now come to life and now attacking innocent people left and right. But things get even crazier, because now you have toys also coming to life. Toys from different science fiction movies, TV shows, video games, whatever, they're all coming to life in this mall. And so you now have an actual war between the mannequins and the science fiction toys. It's pretty funny to see, because for Nightcrawler, he's wondering what to do here. Like, all you can do is sit there and watch these two sides fight against each other. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, things do get a tad bit crazier. You see, he does find another mannequin that looks just like Rachel Summers. But let's not forget, there was another one he saw earlier, and the other one was wearing a wedding dress that is currently with Crotus, who's right now trying to do a ritual that will bind Rachel Summers to his control. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, he does take the newer mannequin, but he's now trying to find the other mannequin, but to somehow find a way to free Rachel Summers. Now, once he does find the other mannequin and sees that it's currently being in a ritual with Crotus at the moment, you have Nightcrawler jump in to stop the ritual. But he also grabs the Grimoire that was being used in the ritual. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, once he has the Grimoire, he was able to reverse the spell that was done on Rachel Summers, combining the two mannequins together and turning her back to normal. And so now Rachel Summers and Nightcrawler can work together to find the rest of their team. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde and also Captain Britain, they're still stuck inside the movie world. But now things are beginning to change once again, because now they're in a dancing movie and now they have to dance. Now, when it comes to Captain Britain, he's trying his best to please the woman he supposedly loved at the moment, and that would be Megan, the Goblin Princess, who has control over him. And so he's trying to outdance Kitty Pryde. When it comes to Kitty, though, she's also trying to outdance Captain Britain, but for different reasons. And her reason's more of to just survive. Now, after you have the two characters dance for a while, Captain Britain does lose. And because he lost, he's now a complete slave to the Goblin Princess. Now, the movie does change once again, where now you have the Goblin Princess and Captain Britain inside some kind of castle, where now he is her slave. But now you have Kitty Pryde coming in a knight armor suit as a way to save Captain Britain from the control of the Goblin Princess. Now, as soon as she walks inside the castle, well, the Soul Sword appears. Now, remember, the Soul Sword is a very important item for Magic, who's on the New Mutants. Part of her soul is inside the sword. But when it comes to the Soul Sword, it has the ability to destroy magic around it, as long as you hit those magical things with the sword. And so when it comes to Kitty Pryde, she knows if she's able to use the Soul Sword on the Goblin Princess, but also on Captain Britain, everything should go back to normal. And just like that, it does. She swings at Captain Britain, he's normal again. She swings at the Goblin Princess, and now she's back as Megan again. And everything goes back to normal for those three characters. And the story really ends on that note right there, where you have the Excalibur team kind of shaken because they went through a lot of different things and they have no idea how to process those different things that had happened to them. But that's really it for Excalibur and Inferno. And really, this is our last Inferno video, because now we're going into the aftermath of Inferno and working our way over to the next X-Men crossover. Okay, so getting back into our coverage over the X-Men, as you know, we had just wrapped up X-Men Inferno, and now we are going to work our way up to Days of Future Present. Now, before we are able to properly dive into that crossover, we have to cover a lot of different books from all the different X titles around that time in Marvel Comics. You are talking about like Excalibur, New Mutants, X-Factor, Uncanny X-Men. You also had the Wolverine solo series. And there are some titles I did not mention we're going to cover down the road. Now, today's video is only going to focus on one book, and that would be Excalibur number 8. And the reason why, because Excalibur number 8 is used as a way to begin the process of moving us away from X-Men Inferno and getting us ready for what's to come down the road for this team leading into Days of Future Present. Another reason why I really want to focus on Excalibur number 8 is because it really shows that the team is still trying to deal with the idea of what they went through when it came to X-Men Inferno. Not all the members, but most of them, they still feel kind of weird about what happened in that event. Because remember, when it came to Inferno, all 4 X titles were involved, except when it came to Excalibur, they only had 2 chapters, and by the time their chapters had ended, the entire event had ended. And on top of that, when it came to Excalibur, they didn't cross over with the other X titles. They didn't fight alongside with the X-Men or X-Factor or at least the New Mutants. They were on their own, and they still had no idea what exactly happened when it came to that particular event. And so some members, they went through a lot and are still kind of questioning what they just went through. But now we can jump into Excalibur number 8 properly, where we pick up with Captain Britain freaking out. Now here's the reason why he's freaking out, because he's still thinking about the whole X-Men Inferno event, believing that his team has just been kidnapped, because he woke up so late into the day. The rest of the team had already left the hotel to go take care of some things, but he does not know that. So he believes that his team has been kidnapped until he finds some notes that were left behind by each member, telling him where they all went to. When it comes to Rachel, she went out of her way to go pay a visit to her baby brother, Christopher. When it comes to Kitty Pryde, she went back home to the school of Charles Xavier. When it comes to Nightcrawler, he went to California to get a jet for the team. But then you have Captain Britain realize there was no note left behind for Megan. And around this time in Marvel Comics, him and Megan were dating, but he was beginning to move away from her and getting back with his ex-girlfriend, Courtney Ross. But either way, he still has some concerns for her, wondering where in the world did she go to. And so he does change clothes to go find her. Now, when he does fly out of his hotel room, we get one panel with Clark Kent and Lois Lane. Now here's the thing, they're drawn like Clark Kent and Lois Lane, but they don't have their last names. They call each other by their first name, just Clark and Lois, and that is it. And I kind of found that cool, but either way, we move on with the story. But now we have to shift our focus over to the one person on Excalibur that was heavily affected by the whole Inferno event, and that would be Megan. Now remember, when it came to X-Men Inferno, when Excalibur arrived in New York was already deep into the Inferno event. But her and Nightcrawler were confronted by Nastir. When it came to Nastir, he had turned Megan into the Goblin Princess, who then tried to kill off the rest of her team. Now, she was stopped by Shadowcat, but for Megan, it just hurts her so much to think that she had almost killed off her entire team, especially Captain Britain, the man she loves. Oh, by the way, she's also beginning to fall in love with Nightcrawler as well. Now we see her on the beach at the moment, and we see her crying. And then she is confronted by a group of women. Now, these women realize that she is crying about something, and they're going out of their way to help her, to cheer her up. And they say, hey, you know what? Come with us, we'll take care of you and make sure you feel better by the end of the day. Now we shift our focus over to Kitty Pryde, and you have Kitty Pryde heading over to the school of Charles Xavier. Now remember, at the tail end of the X-Men Inferno event, we saw the school get blown up by Mr. Sinister when he was battling against X-Factor and also the X-Men. Now once you had our heroes being able to stop him, they all left school like that and went on with their lives. But shortly after, the New Mutants came back home and realized that their home has been destroyed. But either way, you have the young mutants trying to clear the area up. But then out of nowhere, they're confronted by Kitty Pryde, who's very upset with them. Because back in Fall of the Mutants, the second X-Men crossover, at the tail end of that event, Cypher died, one of the members of the New Mutants, who was very close to Kitty Pryde. And that is why she's very upset with the team, because to Kitty, they're reckless. Now, when it comes to Kitty, she also blames the New Mutants for other things as well. So, for example, she blames them for what happened to Magic, who was recently de-aged at the tail end of X-Men Inferno. She also blames the New Mutants for what happened to the school, not knowing it was really the X-Men fault for what happened to the school. Because remember, when it comes to Kitty Pryde and most of the people of the world, they believe that the X-Men are dead. Let me explain. So back in Fall of the Mutants, you had the X-Men give up their lives on live television to stop the adversary. Now, when they did that, the world believed the X-Men had died that day, not knowing that shortly after, they were brought back to life by Lady Roma. But when it came to the X-Men, they felt like it was best for the world to believe that they were dead, so that they'll be able to take down their enemies without putting their family and friends in danger. But like we saw in earlier videos that we have did, you now have different characters now knowing that the X-Men are alive and well. Let me explain. You see, when it came to X-Factor, they had to fight alongside with the X-Men at the tail end of Inferno to stop Madeline Pryor. When it came to the New Mutants, they fought alongside with Colossus. So those two teams know about the X-Men. But when it comes to Excalibur, they don't know, because when it came to the Inferno event, like I said earlier, they did not cross over with any other X teams at all. They were on their own in the entire Inferno event. And so for Kitty Pryde, she believes that the X-Men are dead. But either way, you have Danny Moonstar say, listen, I know that you are upset with us. You are upset with us. But the thing is, we're trying our best to still carry on Charles Xavier's dream, just like you are, just like many people are across the world. And right now, the mutants need to stand together because currently the mutant race is facing so many different problems all at once. We have to work together to protect each other. And Kitty Pryde realized that Danny Moonstar is right. And so you have Kitty Pryde say, I'm sorry for yelling at you guys. Please forgive me. And everything is now good again between her and the New Mutants. But now we shift our focus over to Captain Britain, and you have him flying around New York hoping to find Megan. But here's the problem. See, while flying around, he does see a young woman and her son about to be hit by a car, and so he goes out of his way to protect them from the car. But the problem is his powers are beginning to not work properly. Like, yes, he was able to stop the car, but he was hit by the car and it sent him flying into a nearby store. That should not be happening at all. He should be able to just stand there, take the hit, and walk off like it was nothing. But unfortunately, it didn't work like that. Now, because he was sent flying through a building, it did rip his clothes. And so, unfortunately, he has to borrow some clothes from a nearby store. Now, after getting those clothes, he wants to continue to find Megan. But like I said earlier, his powers are now beginning to not work properly, to the point where he can no longer fly. And so you do have a taxi driver offer to drive him around the city to help him find Megan. Now, when it comes to Megan, we see that she's still hanging out with the same girls we saw earlier who went out of their way to try to make her happy. Now, when it comes to Megan, yeah, she's happy. But here's the thing. When it comes to Megan, she has the ability to shapeshift. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up because usually she can't control that power. But it seems right now that power has a mind of its own because she looks completely different. But she did not do that on purpose. Now, when it comes to her and the girls, they do begin to head towards a club. Now, when it comes to Megan, she does not want to go inside the club at all. Matter of fact, she is so scared because she is still thinking about the whole X-Men Inferno event, she has no idea what to do. But because of her fear of what could possibly happen, her powers once again go out of their way to change her appearance. And so now she looks completely different again. But after changing, she was confronted by another guy who could tell that she was kind of sad. But at the same time, this guy also is trying his best to get with Megan, to get some from Megan. And so after a while where it seems that he is trying to make her happy, once he reveals what he wants from her, she has to use her ability to shapeshift to scare him away, to leave her alone. And so now she's wondering what to do next in the big city. But now we have to shift our focus over to Jean Grey, who is currently taking care of Christopher, the son of Cyclops and Madeline Pryor. Now, when it comes to Jean Grey, she kind of feels like she is the mother to Christopher because Madeline was her clone, which means, yes, this could be her son in some kind of crazy way. But while you have Jean Grey going out of her way to take care of Christopher, on the outside of the base of X Factor, you have Rachel Summers there, just watching over Jean Grey and also Christopher. Now remember, when it comes to Rachel, her mind and his mind is connected. But on top of that, Jean Grey nor Cyclops know that Rachel Summers is their daughter. Matter of fact, Jean Grey still has not even met Rachel Summers by this point in Marvel Comics. But either way, you have Rachel very pleased to see that Jean Grey is okay, and so is Christopher. Now we're going to jump back over to Megan as a way to wrap up our coverage over Excalibur number 8. Now, when it comes to Megan, we do see her go to a nearby basketball court to watch a bunch of guys play basketball. Now, one of the guys do get injured, and she decided to jump in for that guy to keep the game going. But right after she did that, you had Brian driving by and seeing her. Now, Brian tries his best to fly over the crowd to get to her, but like I said earlier, when it comes to Brian, Captain Britain, his powers are not working properly, but he still was able to somewhat fly over the crowd. Now, while doing that, Megan saw him, ran towards him, and kissed him, and you have both characters get back inside the taxi. Now, once inside the taxi, you have both characters tell each other that their powers are not working properly. But the big question is, why? Why are their powers not working? We saw Rachel, her power worked fine. We saw Nightcrawler, same thing too, and even Kitty Pryde as well. But the thing is, we are not given an answer in this particular chapter. That means down the road in later videos that we are going to do, we'll learn why their powers are not working. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Alright, so we are going to continue our coverage over Excalibur, and we pick up with issues number 9, 10, and 11. Now, we're going to cover Excalibur as a way to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to Days of Future Present. Now, today's video, we're going to cover a 3-part story arc where you have Excalibur fighting against, well, Excalibur. Yeah, you heard that right. See, Excalibur is about to fight in alternate versions of themselves. We are about to meet the Lightning Force. Now, this story arc does pick up a couple issues after X-Men Inferno. And remember, when it came to X-Men Inferno for Excalibur, Rachel Summers left in a hurry to go save her younger brother Christopher, and the rest of the team followed. Now, when they left behind their pet dragon Lockheed, and Lockheed has been waiting for them to come back home. He missed his family. Now, out of nowhere, he thinks that Shadowcat has returned back home, to only find out that yes, it is Shadowcat, but not his Shadowcat. We are now being introduced to Lightning Force. They had just arrived into the main Marvel universe. But we kind of find out the reason why Lightning Force is here because they are looking for their version of Moira McTaggart and also Callisto that had also arrived in the main Marvel universe not too long ago. Now, we do pick up with the actual Excalibur team, who are currently still in New York. Matter of fact, they're at the old school of Charles Xavier, using the Danger Room as a way to test out Captain Britain and also Megan. Because remember, in our last video, when it came to Captain Britain, his powers are slowly going away. They're fading away. When it comes to Megan, she no longer has the ability to control her powers. And so when it comes to Kitty, she wants to know what in the world is exactly going on when it comes to their abilities. Now, after a few tests has been run, we kind of find out that Captain Britain's powers are technically just fading away, but so is his life. So sooner or later, his life and his powers will go away completely. And when it comes to Megan, her control over her ability is getting worse, to the point where if anybody stands near her, well, she will actually copy what they look like, and sometimes may copy what their powers are like as well. But then out of nowhere, you have Nightcrawler get a call from Dave Thomas, and we'll talk more about Dave Thomas here in a moment. But with that call, you have Excalibur realize they finally have to head back home to London to figure out what in the world is exactly going on there. But now we jump over to London, where we pick up at a branch of the Hellfire Club that is located in London, where we pick up with a character known as Nigel Frobisher. Now, when it comes to Nigel, he is expressing how much he truly hates Courtney Ross, a character that has a higher position in a bank they both work at. Now, remember, Courtney Ross is actually the ex-girlfriend of Captain Britain, and like we saw in the earlier parts of our coverage over Excalibur, well, she was beginning the process of having Brian dump Megan, his current girlfriend, to get back with her. But here's the problem. The world has no idea that Courtney Ross died a while back, that she has been replaced by Opal Luna Saturnine from Earth 9. And so Saturn 9 is pretending to be Courtney, and no one knows it. Now, when it comes to Nigel, while he is expressing how much he hates Courtney, well, Saturn 9 walks in from behind, and she's still pretending to be Courtney. And for Nigel, he believes it is Courtney. Now, she does overhear how much he does hate Courtney, and so she plays a game with him. She's all like, hey, you know what? Let's play a game of poker. Now, this first game of poker, they only bet money. But after the first game and Nigel's first loss, you then have both characters continue to play more and more games. But each game, the wager gets bigger and bigger, to the point where you have Nigel actually wager $1 million. And when it comes to Opal, well, she wagers her job position. But the game does not last that long because you actually have Nigel lose. And so now he owes Courtney, who is Opal Luna, $1 million. And he has to pay it very soon. But now we jump over to the Tower of London. Now, the Tower of London is an old castle that is currently being used for different kinds of things. So for example, one part of the castle is currently holding on to different objects or different uniforms that were used by superheroes who worked out of Great Britain. But now another part of Tower of London is the home base to a certain organization, better known as Weird Happenings Organization, are also known as WHO. And that leads us into Day Thomas and also Alistair Stewart. Now, when it comes to Day and Alistair, they're both part of WHO, but they're currently talking about what to do with Moira Taggart and Callisto. Now remember, they're not talking about our Moira Taggart and Callisto. They are currently talking about two alternate versions of those characters that came from an Earth where the Nazis had won World War II and then took over the entire world. And matter of fact, they are from the same world as the Lightning Force. But either way, when it comes to our two characters, they're wondering what to do with those two guys, but to also find their two missing people. Now, while talking, they're confronted by a bunch of creatures that had appeared from another Earth. And you're kind of wondering, how in the world are these different kind of characters arriving into this one Earth? Well, it's all thanks to one character, and his name, or its name, is Widget. Now, we still have no idea what Widget is, but Widget has the ability to open up portals that will allow people to travel to other Earths in other universes. And so these creatures are from another universe, just like the Moira Taggart and also Callisto in the lower part of Tower of London. Now, when it comes to Day and Alistair, they're kind of wondering what to do with those creatures. But then out of nowhere, they're confronted by Captain Britain. Except this is not Captain Britain. This is the leader of Lightning Force that goes by a completely different name. And his name is Hupman England. Now, I really hope I pronounced that first part correctly. But when it comes to Hupman, he's right now pretending being our Captain Britain, who had came here supposedly to aid WHO with all their problems. Except he's not really there to help them. He's there to attack them, to hopefully free both their Moira Taggart and Callisto from WHO's prison. And so he begins to attack Day and also Alistair. Now, luckily for our characters, Excalibur had arrived just in time. But unfortunately, Captain Britain and Megan can't go in because their powers are not working properly. And so it's only Kitty Pryde, Rachel Summers, and also Nightcrawler being able to go up against Lightning Force. And unfortunately, they get defeated very easily, to the point where now it's up to Captain Britain and also Megan to fight against Lightning Force. And really, Megan disappears. And so it comes down to just Captain Britain having to fight against Lightning Force on his own. But while you had our heroes losing, well, Callisto and also Moira Taggart were able to break out of their prison cell. And matter of fact, they have a hostage, and that will be Sandy, who is the twin sister to Alistair. But either way, things are getting worse. But now, to end the first chapter for this storyline, it now comes down to Captain Britain fighting against his alternate version from a different universe, Hupman England. But when it comes to Captain Britain, he didn't bring his current uniform, and so he has to wear his old one. But the old one no longer fits because he has grown since the last time he wore it. And so that leads us into the second chapter, where we pick up with Captain Britain trying his best to fight up against Hupman England. Now, when it comes to Hupman, he has the edge over Captain Britain because he's at full strength. Captain Britain powers have begun to fade away. Now, he does tell us in the book that he believes he feels somewhat better after leaving New York, but he's not back to full strength just yet. And so at first, the battle is not going his way at all. He is actually losing the battle big time, and the rest of the Lightning Force is just watching and enjoying watching their captain being able to win the battle. But after a while, you then have Captain Britain being able to bounce back. Now, two other things do work out for our heroes. One is that Megan was able to replace the other Megan who was part of Lightning Force as a way to surprise the other members of Lightning Force. But then you also have the Phoenix return to help out the rest of Excalibur to be able to take down Lightning Force just like that. But now we have to shift our focus over to Kitty Pryde. Now, when it comes to Kitty, she was knocked out earlier in the earlier parts of the battle between Lightning Force and Excalibur, but now she's being waken up by Alistair. Now, as soon as she sees Alistair, she instantly falls in love with this guy. She wants to be with him so bad, and he does find her also somewhat attractive. Now, when it comes to our two characters, while they are talking to one another, well, here comes Widget, and you have Widget once again open up another portal that leads into another universe. Now, here's the thing, in this other world, the Amazons are still around, and you have an Amazon see Alistair and wants to grab him. Now, Kitty Pryde is able to phase him so that he will not get grabbed. But let's not forget, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, once she does use her phasing ability through technology, electronics, they short circuit. And when it comes to Widget, well, it is a piece of technology. And so you had Kitty use her ability on Widget to close the portal so that an Amazon will not come through and try to attack her and also Alistair. But once you have Kitty Pryde and Alistair being able to meet up with the rest of Excalibur and also the Who organization, we now get to the big question, what to do with Lightning Force but also Callisto and Moira McTaggart? What to do with them? Like, can we try to send them back home? But at the same time, can we get our Moira McTaggart and Callisto back as well from their Earth? And also, how in the world did they get here? Now, while you have Kitty Pryde and Alistair walk in, Kitty sees her counterpart, the other Shadow Cat, but she feels bad for her counterpart. And the reason why, because her counterpart looks tired, exhausted. Seems like she just wants to stop and rest for once, or possibly just die. And this is where we learn a tad bit about her origin. Now remember, when it came to the Nazis, one of their big goals back in World War II was going after Jewish people, killing off the Jewish race. And so when it came to Kitty Pryde, she was also Jewish in this other universe. Except when she showed that she had power, they said, you know what? We could use you as a slave to help our team out when it comes to different kinds of situations. And so she's being dragged around on his team as a slave, not like an actual member of the team. And so because of that, our Kitty Pryde gets very upset and wants to attack the rest of the Lightning Force team. But you have Excalibur say, no, we can't attack them again. Right now, our goal is to find a way to send them home, but to also get our people back. So go outside and try to calm down. Now, she does go outside, but she's kind of like, no, it's not fair. They turned my counterpart into a slave. We should go out of our way to free her. But the rest of the team say, hey, listen, she's from an alternate universe. We don't have the ability to step in like that, especially now when we are trying to get our folks back from that other Earth. And so you have Rachel Summers take Kitty Pryde back home to the lighthouse. They're finally going back home to hopefully fix the place up, but to also check in on Lockheed. But on the way over there, they pass a certain tower, a tower that belongs to a certain bank. And that bank, current owner is, well, it's not Courtney Ross, it's Opal Luna Saturnine, who's continuing to pretend to be Courtney Ross. And she's very intrigued in Rachel and Kitty and saying that sooner or later their powers are going to be hers. But getting into the final chapter for today's video, we do pick up with Nigel. Now remember, Nigel owes money to Opal Luna because she pretended to be Courtney Ross and she betted against Nigel and won. And he owes her $1 million. Now Nigel does not have that kind of money at all. And so he's kind of hoping that maybe he can talk to Courtney into working a better kind of deal. Now, he was supposed to meet with her at 9 o'clock. And because he saw Rachel Summers in the sky, he got distracted that now he is late for his meeting with the fake Courtney. And so he runs over to her office. But once he does arrive, she does express that she's very upset that he is late for their meeting. But now we jump back over to Kitty Pryde and also Rachel Summers. Now, when it comes to the two ladies, when they do arrive back home to the lighthouse, well, they're seeing how badly damaged the place is because of Rachel Summers. Because remember, when it came back to X-Men Inferno, the Excalibur chapters, when Rachel realized that her baby brother Christopher was in danger and she dipped out to go save him, well, she caused a lot of damage to the lighthouse, because around this time in Marvel Comics, she was the Phoenix. And so this is her saying, you know what, I have to learn how to control my abilities. Now, while saying that, they also see Magic Soul Sword stuck in a boulder right in front of the lighthouse. Now remember, when it comes to Magic Soul Sword, part of her soul is inside the actual sword, but on top of that, it has the ability to cancel out magical attacks. And when it came to Inferno, the Excalibur chapters, Kitty had to use the sword as a way to defeat an evil version of Megan to save the rest of Excalibur. Now the sword is actually stuck inside the boulder, and the only person who most likely is able to pull the sword out is Kitty Pryde, but she does not want to because it constantly reminds her of what happened to Magic back in X-Men Inferno. And so she goes into her room to have some alone time. But now we have to jump back over to Nigel, who is still talking to Opal Luna, who he believes is actually Courtney Ross. Now, when it comes to their conversation, it's Nigel telling her, hey, I don't have the money to pay you. And she's kind of like, okay, you know what? Fine. If you can't pay me, then this is what you are going to do. You are going to work for me, like my own personal slave. Now we can see that Nigel is very intrigued to see where this could possibly go. And so he's very down in the idea of actually helping out Luna with her mission. Now, when it comes to Opal Luna, she also placed an earring on his ear to kind of show that he is under her control. Now, when it comes to Opal, she says, this is your task. I want you to find this character right here. Her name is Gate Crasher, and find the rest of her group, the TechNet. Now, we had talked about them in our previous video. They are bounty hunters, and so it seems she wants to use them possibly to go after Rachel Summers, Kitty Pryde, and also the rest of Excalibur. Now, a few days later, we do pick up with Alistair heading over to the lighthouse. Now, once he does arrive at the lighthouse, you have Alistair be confronted by Rachel Summers. Now, remember, earlier, Alistair was kind of feeling Kitty Pryde, and Kitty was feeling him back. But now, because he met Rachel, he is no longer thinking of Kitty. He's now only thinking about getting with Rachel. Now, the reason why he is there is to talk to Kitty about the whole widget thing. But right now, his mind is on Rachel, and Kitty can tell because they do walk into her room, and she can tell that his eyes is all over Rachel. But you do have the three characters go down to the kitchen to talk more about Widget, and while they walk away, we see that Widget is coming back online once again. Now, by the next morning, we see Alistair leaving the lighthouse. Now, while leaving, we see that Kitty Pryde is still very upset about the idea that Alistair no longer wants her, but now he wants Rachel. And so she's trying to find some kind of outfit to wear that could pull him back in. Matter of fact, she does even take some clothes of Rachel to see, hey, maybe her clothes can help me show that I'm a better choice. But then she realized that no, she hates the idea of using her opponent's clothes as a way to win. And so she gets rid of all the clothes that she was wearing. But then out of nowhere, she's then teleported into another universe. And in this one, everybody are animals, and some of the animals look like members of Excalibur, and they're all staring at her, who's just naked right in front of them. But then she's teleported back into the main Marvel universe, except when she is teleported back into the main Marvel universe, she's teleported right in front of Alistair and Rachel naked, and she has to rush back in after being embarrassed. Now we jump back over to the Tower of London, where you have Kitty Pryde and Rachel Summers meeting up with the rest of the Excalibur group to discuss what's going to happen with Lightning Force and also their version of Callisto and their version of Moira McTaggart. They're going to go back to their reality as a trade, as a way to get back our Moira McTaggart and our Callisto. Now here comes the problem though. Kitty Pryde is very worried about the idea of them trying to come back into the main Marvel universe and try to take over the world like they did in their world. But you have Captain Britain say, no, it's not possible. You see, when it comes to the main Marvel universe, they rely on magic and also science. But when it comes to that Earth over there, they rely solely on science, and that is it. And here's the thing. They had to use a lot of resources to send Lightning Force over here to their reality, the main Marvel universe. And now they're using a whole lot more resources to just open up a portal that will allow the trade to actually go through. And so when it comes to Captain Britain, he says no. Even if they try, they will use so much of their resources, it would end up with them losing the battle at the tail end of the war between our two Earths. But the story does wrap up with Moira McTaggart, the other one, the Nazi one, going against what she said in the agreement in the trade, where you actually have her throw a nuclear grenade at our heroes. Now, when it comes to Rachel Summers, she to take most of the blast, but while you have her trying to take most of the blast, well, that leads into Widget going crazy once again, using his abilities to teleport the entire team of Excalibur somewhere else, alongside with a train that came from the alternate Earth. And so we're left to wonder, what exactly happened to Excalibur? What universe have they been teleported to? What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to Days of Future Present, the next crossover that we are going to talk about. Now, we are going to jump over to Excalibur once again, and now we are going to start a 12-part story arc better known as the Cross-Time Caper. Now, this was a story arc where we see the Excalibur team traveling across the multiverse. Now, in this video, I'm only covering a couple chapters of this actual story arc to give you guys a small taste of what's to come in later videos when it comes to the Excalibur team, because they're going to travel across multiple Earths in this story arc. Now, there is something else I do want to mention before we dive into today's video. So remember, at the tail end of our last video for Excalibur, they were getting ready to send over another version of Moira McTaggart and Callisto back to their universe, except that version of Moira McTaggart wanted to kill off our heroes, and so she tried to throw a grenade, hoping to hit our heroes. Now, Rachel Summers was able to take most of the blast to protect her team, except while that was going on, a small creature or a small piece of technology better known as Widget that has the ability to teleport people or things into other realities woke up and decided that it wanted to teleport our heroes in the train they are on into another universe. And so that is how we jump into this cross-time caper. And so getting into today's video, we do jump over to another Earth. Now, here's the thing. The book did not really give me a proper name for this Earth, but the fandom page did. And I kind of find out this is Earth 1193. Now, is that correct? Who knows? But for the sake of the video, I'm just going to go ahead and go with that. Now, we do pick up with a character known as Billy the Kid. Now, when it comes to Billy the Kid, he's actually a prince in this reality. But on top of that, he's on an adventure or trying his best to find one so that he can truly become a true knight. But then out of nowhere, a huge train just crashes through the entire forest that he was traveling in. And of course, this is the same train we saw in our last video that our heroes were actually on, that Widget had teleported at the end of our last video. Now, when it comes to Billy, he's very confused about how in the world a random train this size was able to come through a random portal and just crash in the middle of the forest. And so he goes over to investigate the train. Now, while doing that, he finds Kitty Pryde, who had apparently fallen out of the train, but she is currently unconscious. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to Billy, he is already attracted to Kitty. He's kind of like, you know what? She does seem very cute and I kind of want to be with her. Now, as he gets closer to Kitty, well, that is when she is protected by Lockheed. Now, Lockheed is a dragon, a very tough dragon, who does give Billy the Kid an actual challenge here. But while you have Billy the Kid wondering why in the world is this dragon trying to protect this young woman, but now we have to jump back over to the main Marvel universe, where we pick up with a character known as Nigel Frobisher. Now, we have talked about Nigel before. When it comes to Nigel, he's currently working for Courtney Ross. Now, remember, Courtney Ross was the ex-girlfriend of Captain Britain from his college days. Now, recently she had reappeared, and we had believed that her and Captain Britain were going to get back together. Matter of fact, both characters had decided they wanted to be with one another again, except right after both characters had decided that, well, Courtney Ross was killed off by another version of Opal Luna Saturni from a different Earth, who's currently pretending to be Courtney Ross in the main Marvel universe. Now, we have no idea why she's doing that for, but when it comes to Nigel, he's being forced to work for this other version of Opal Luna because he lost a bet in a game of poker. And so his first assignment is to go out of his way to find a group of characters better known as TechNet, who are being led by a character known as Gate Crasher. Now, when it comes to TechNet, they are a group of bounty hunters, and we had actually talked about them before because they were trying to go after the Phoenix, who was currently Rachel Summers, and they had lost that battle. And so now they're just chilling and waiting for the right moment. Except when it comes to Nigel, he came there to offer them a new kind of mission. But getting back over to our heroes, we see our heroes right now seeing Billy the Kid try his best to defend himself against Lockheed. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to Billy, he's unable to draw his sword as a way to protect himself to actually fight against Lockheed. He has no idea why he's unable to pull out his sword. But while trying his best to defend himself, well, a tree branch does fall right on top of him, knocking him out. But after that, you did have our heroes to begin to learn in the possibility that they are in another reality. So when it comes to our heroes, after Billy was knocked out by a fallen tree branch, once he wakes up, he is confronted by the entire team of Excalibur. But once he does look over to Captain Britain, he calls Captain Britain Captain Marshall. And that tells us that in this universe, there was not really a Captain Britain. There was one, but he wasn't called that. He was called just Captain Marshall. Now, for our Captain Britain, he says, hey man, listen, I'm not your Captain Marshall. Matter of fact, I believe that my team and I are from a different reality. Now, after saying that, you did have Billy say, hey, my name is Billy the Kid, and I'm actually the prince of this area. And so now our heroes are going to begin to learn more about this reality. Now, we do pick up with Kitty Pryde, Rachel Summers, and Alistair Stewart. Now, we have actually talked about Alistair before. Alistair belongs to a group of people better known as WHO. WHO stands for Weird Happenings Organization. They go around the world to investigate weird things happening around the world. Now, when it comes to Alistair, let's not forget that Kitty Pryde is trying to get with him. But to add to the drama, well, Alistair is not trying to get with Kitty. Instead, he's trying to get with Rachel Summers. And so we have another love triangle in X-Men comics. Now, with that being said, when it comes to Alistair, he is currently looking at Widget to try to figure out how does it actually work? How can he turn it on to hopefully find a way to get back home to their reality? But then out of nowhere, our heroes are then attacked by a shaitan. Now, a shaitan actually belongs to the Islam culture. It's an evil spirit in their culture. And I would love to sit down and talk more about the actual origin of this creature, but hey, we're here for Excalibur. Now, when it comes to this shaitan, it does grab Kitty and also Alistair. Now, you do have Rachel try to use her abilities as a way to fight against this actual shaitan, but her powers are not working against this creature. Now, you would think, hey, Kitty Pryde has the ability to phase through things. She should be able to phase out away from this actual creature, but she can't phase away from the creature. Now, luckily, she is able to use her powers on Alistair to free him, but unfortunately, she can't free herself, and she is grabbed and taken away by the shaitan to an unknown location. Now, luckily for the team, Rachel does have a mind link with Kitty so that she'll be able to figure out where the shaitan had actually taken her to. And so you have the shaitan take Kitty Pryde over to an abandoned castle that is currently being used by a troll. Now, when it comes to this troll, apparently he goes around the area kidnapping women who are actually princesses across the land and hoping that their people will pay him a lot of money to get them back. And so when it comes to this shaitan, I guess it believed that Kitty Pryde was also a princess. And so now you have the troll believing that Kitty Pryde is a princess, and sooner or later her people are going to pay some money to get her back. Now, here's the thing. Because you do have Excalibur arrive just in time to help save Kitty Pryde and also this other woman. But you also have Billy the Kid there as well. And I want to focus on him because remember, he is currently a prince on a quest. He was sent on a quest by his parents. And once he's able to complete it, he'll become a full-on knight, which is great. But here's the thing. This is a prince who believes that he found his one true love, Kitty Pryde. And so right now, he's trying his best to save her. Now, you do have Excalibur in him being able to pull it off. But here comes the next big problem. You see, they save Kitty and the other woman. And this other woman, she believes that Billy here is her knight in shining armor, her prince who came out of his way to save her. And now they can get married. But they can't. And the reason why? Because his main focus right now is on Kitty. And he says, hey, listen, I'm happy to save you, but my eyes, my heart, my mind belongs to another woman. And that is Kitty. And then he proposes to Kitty Pryde. And now the story gets even more crazy. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they do head over to the castle that does belong to Billy and his family. Now, here's the thing, because as soon as they arrive, you do have Captain Britain receive a new costume. Now, this costume actually belonged to Captain Marshall, who was this reality's Captain Britain, but he had supposedly died. Now, when it comes to Captain Britain, after receiving the new outfit, he does learn why his powers were fading away in earlier videos of our coverage over Excalibur, because Captain Britain has to be near Britain. His powers is connected to his home country. If he stays away for too long, his powers will begin to fade away. And that makes so much sense, because back in our earlier videos, our heroes were in New York after dealing with Inferno. And that was the moment when his powers and also Megan powers began to fade away, because they had stayed away too long from Great Britain. Now, while you have our heroes learning that, we have to remember Kitty Pryde was just proposed to by Billy the Kid. He does plan on making her a princess in this kingdom, but her mind is all on Alistair. But Alistair's mind is all on Rachel. But now it's time for us to meet this reality's Opal Luna Saturnine, and she is the grandmother to Billy the Kid. Now, when it comes to Opal Luna Saturnine, for Captain Britain, he feels like she is completely different by just looking at her appearance, because she is older, and he feels like she's a whole lot nicer. Now, the nicer part, he's going off the idea of how she speaks, but that nicer part is about to go straight out the window. And let me explain why. Because she is here to meet Kitty Pryde. Her grandson had just proposed to Kitty, who might become the next princess in their kingdom. And she has to make sure that Kitty actually fits the role. But that's the problem. Kitty does not fit the role. Kitty does not think like a princess, does not act like a princess. She acts like, well, like Captain Britain, our other heroes from our reality. And that is not okay for Saturnine. And so she says, you know what? It's time for me to do some work on you. And so out of nowhere, she teleports away with Kitty Pryde. And the rest of Excalibur is very worried what she might do to Kitty. But now, getting back over to Nigel in the main Marvel universe, we see him sitting down with TechNet, that group of bounty hunters who were originally assigned to go after the Phoenix, but now they have been given a new contract by this other version of Opal Luna through Nigel, and this new contract is to go rescue James Braddock, the older brother to Brian Braddock, Captain Britain. Now, when it comes to James, he is currently being held by Dr. Crocodile. And when it comes to Doc Croc, he's about to kill off James very soon. Now, there is a whole storyline behind that, and I would talk about that down the road in later chapters of this particular story arc. But now we know what TechNet is about to do next. Now, getting back over to our heroes in the other reality, they're still kind of wondering what is happening with their Kitty Pryde, because right now she's with this other version of Opal Luna of this reality, but she's currently going through a spell that is going to completely change Shadowcat into a different kind of person, a person that's more fit to be a princess. Now, remember, when it comes to Rachel, she does have a mind link with Kitty, and matter of fact, she begins to see that Kitty is going through a lot of pain thanks to this particular spell, and so she tells the rest of the team they have to hurry if they want to save Kitty. Except right when they get into the main room, they are confronted by this reality's Opal Luna, who tells them, stop. You are not allowed to act this way in my kingdom, but also the spell is done. And then you have Kitty Pryde walk out the room. And when she does, she is completely different. She's now okay with the idea of marrying Billy. She's now okay to be a princess in this reality and staying here for however long until she dies. And her friends, they're gonna go back to the main Marvel universe, but she's okay with staying behind. Now, when it comes to the spell, it did work, but not completely. And let me explain why I'm saying that for. Because when it comes to Kitty Pryde, she does spend some time with Billy. And this is them trying to build a bond with one another. But here's the problem. Billy fell in love with Kitty the way she was, and now that she is completely different, like most princesses are in this reality, he's beginning to lose interest in her. Now, as that continues on, they do get attacked by some more different kinds of creatures. But while you have Kitty Pryde trying to help Billy fight off those creatures, for just a brief moment, she goes back to her old ways, the ways of her being when she's with the X-Men or with Excalibur. And for Billy, this is great. He's getting the woman that he wants to marry back, except as soon as they are able to get away from those creatures, she goes back in the other direction, acting more like a princess once again. But that shows the spell did not completely work. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, later on that night, she does try her best to get a good night's sleep, but unfortunately, she is attacked by another Shaitan. Now, when it comes to this Shaitan, just like earlier, our hero's powers do not work in a way where they will be able to actually defend their friend from it. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, she's kind of like, hey, you know what? I want to go my way to help my friends out. But she is stopped by another princess who reminds her, you are a princess now. You are not allowed to just jump into battle like that at all. You have to sit on the sideline as a princess. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler and also Megan, well, they disappear to figure out who in the world is actually controlling this demon. And we kind of find out it's the princess we saw earlier that was saved alongside with Kitty Pryde when it came to Billy saving Kitty and her in the last chapter. And we kind of find out that she is this reality Kitty Pryde. And here's the thing, she is madly in love with Billy the Kid. Now, technically, we already knew that, but here's the thing, she took it a step farther. And the reason why, because she feels like she is worthless if she is not able to be with Billy. Now, here's the thing, because she did attack a princess to be, you have this reality Opal Luna say, hey, you gotta go. You have to die for the crimes that you had committed. But you didn't have Billy the Kid step up and say, no. You know what? I made a mistake. You see, when I was going to propose to a Catherine, I proposed to the wrong one. I meant to propose to this one right here, this reality's Catherine, and she is supposed to be my wife, not the other one. And so this is how we get out of the idea of possibly losing our Kitty Pryde and have Billy end up with the right one. But we also kind of find out that Opal Luna had planned all of this to happen, hoping that Billy would choose the right one. But what's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to Days of Future Present, the next crossover that we are going to talk about. But now we have to jump back over to Excalibur and continue our coverage over the Cross-Time Caper story arc that we are currently covering. It's a 12-part story arc. Now, we already covered the first 2 chapters of this story, and when it came to our heroes, they have now begun an adventure where they are going to travel across the multiverse, be able to see different Earths in different realities. Now, when it came to our heroes in the last 2 chapters, they had arrived on an Earth where, well, Kitty Pryde almost got married to a prince who had fell in love with her. And you had a different version of Opal Luna Saturnine go out of her way to change Kitty Pryde into a princess to hopefully pull off the wedding. But luckily, none of that happened, because in that reality, there was another Kitty Pryde who was able to marry the prince. And so now everything is great for our heroes, but now they have to find a way to move on to the next reality, to continue their journey of getting back home. Now, the opening pages of this book does remind us a few things going on when it comes to Excalibur. You see, when it comes to X-Men comics, really Marvel comics, you have a lot of drama, but especially in X-Men comics. And so when it comes to Excalibur, we have to remember that Captain Britain is with Megan, but over the last couple issues, we have seen Megan begin to move away from Captain Britain into the arms of Nightcrawler. Now, when it comes to Captain Britain, he has also noticed that Nightcrawler is moving in on his relationship. Now, something I do want to mention is that Captain Britain was originally going to leave Megan, but then changed his mind. But now he is upset that she might leave him. Now we also got to focus on Kitty Pryde, because Kitty Pryde is in love with a character known as Alistair Stewart. Now, when it comes to Alistair, he belongs to an organization known as WHO? Weird Happening Organization. They basically travel around the world to investigate weird things happening across the world. Now, he also came with Excalibur as they begun this adventure across the multiverse. But Kitty Pryde wants to get with him, but unfortunately, his eyes are not on her. His eyes, well, they're on Rachel Summers, and it seems Rachel might also be intrigued in getting with Alistair as well. And Kitty Pryde, every single time she sees the two of them talking, she knows that in her head, she does not stand a chance at all. And so she leaves the party early to go back to the train. But that is when we are reminded about the character Widget. Now, when it comes to Widget, it is the reason why our heroes are able to travel across the multiverse. You see, we still don't know much about this robot, but it is the main reason why our heroes are on this journey, because it opens up portals to other realities, which of course led our heroes into this reality. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, her and Alistair have been trying their best to study Widget, to figure out how it does work, so that they'll find a way back home to the main Marvel universe. Except when she gets back on the train, she sees that Widget is awake, but he's now eating everything in his sight. Now, once she is able to calm down Widget, well, you then have her realize that Rachel Summers is very upset. And we kind of find out why. You see, Rachel had ran into this reality of Nigel Frobisher, and I really hope I pronounce his last name correctly. Now, when it comes to Nigel, in the main Marvel universe, he believes that he is a ladies' man. He's not. But in this reality, it's exactly the same thing. This man believes that he is a ladies' man. And so she read his mind and realized what he wanted to do with her was very, well, disgusting. Either way, once she does get on the train, you then have Rachel Summers' powers activate. Now, around this time in Marvel Comics, she was the Phoenix. And so when she gets on the train and her Phoenix powers do activate after messing with Nigel, well, then her powers somehow also activate Widget, which then opens up another portal, which then takes our heroes into, well, another reality. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they do arrive in another reality. Now, they believe they're finally back home to the main Marvel universe, not knowing that they had arrived in another reality, but they're going to learn more about this new reality later on. When they do arrive in this other reality, they see the lighthouse, their base, and they believe they're back home. But then they find different kinds of clues that kind of hints at the idea that possibly they're not back at home. But then out of nowhere, our heroes see a tidal wave about to hit them in a few seconds. And so you have Rachel use her Phoenix ability as a way to trap each member of Excalibur inside some kind of cocoon as a way to protect them, because she knew there is no way they would be able to move fast enough to actually dodge it. And she made sure to trap herself also in a cocoon as a way to protect her, like she did for the rest of the team. Now, once you do have our heroes wake up after the whole tidal wave, and once they do break out of their cocoons, they realize that Rachel is nowhere to be found. Now, here's the thing. Rachel was nearby them, but it seems like the wave had most likely taken her somewhere else, or somebody else had taken her somewhere else on this earth. But either way, our heroes are then confronted by Rick Jones. Now, when it comes to Rick, around this point in Marvel Comics, he was everybody's best friend. I mean, he was friends with the Hulk, Iron Man, Steve Rogers, the list goes on. But when it comes to Rick Jones, he does confront Excalibur, and he does tell Excalibur two very important things. First, Rachel Summers was taken away by the Avengers, because when they found her, all they found was a cocoon and had no idea who or what was inside of it. But then on top of that, you have Rick say that he is somewhat surprised to see Excalibur, because in this reality's Excalibur team had disappeared, just like our heroes did in their own reality. But either way, he tells our heroes, if you want to find your missing friend, well, you have to go over to New York and head over to the main base of the Avengers, and maybe you might find some clues there. Now, while you have our heroes travel across the world, heading back over to New York, well, they run into Hank Pym. Now, around this time in Marvel Comics, Hank has gone through a lot of different names, like Ant-Man, Giant Man, Goliath, Yellow Jacket. But either way, we see that he has taken Pym particles in this reality, but the Pym particles allowed him to grow to a ridiculous size. But the problem is, every single time he takes a breath or he moves a certain body part, well, he causes severe damage across the world. And that is a huge problem. And matter of fact, we get a small example of that, because as soon as he does move a body part, apparently he caused severe damage to Atlantis that had ticked off Namor, who goes out of his way to attack Giant Man. And well, when he does, you have Hank Pym just fall down into the ocean, but still alive. Now, once you have our heroes arrive in New York, you then have our heroes see that there is a complete war happening across the entire city. I am talking about the idea of all different Earth heroes fighting against all different kinds of Earth villains in the middle of New York. And matter of fact, you have our heroes run into this reality versions of different characters, like Steve Rogers. And this reality, he is a Deathlock. But that is just one example of the idea that this reality is really bonkers. All the different heroes or villains in this reality are going to be completely different, but in a very weird kind of way. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they say, you know what, let's split up and hopefully we can find Rachel to get the heck out of here. But the problem is they're going to run into more weird versions of different heroes in Marvel Comics. But you have Kitty Pryde and also Alistair head over to the home of the Fantastic Four. Now, once they do arrive, they see a line going out the door because everyone wants a chance to actually meet Reed Richards and see if he is able to help with their problem. And so they have to get a ticket and wait for their number to be called. Now, when it comes to Rick and also Captain Britain, they head over to Avengers Mansion. Now, once they do arrive, you have Iron Man tell them, hey, the cocoon that you're looking for is not here at all. Matter of fact, it was moved over to the home of the Fantastic Four because Reed is the best person to examine it. Now, you do have Captain Britain run into this reality of Hulk, except this Hulk is a huge crybaby. Yes, you heard that right. This Hulk is a huge crybaby because as soon as you have Captain Britain throw one punch at the Hulk, he begins to cry. And it's kind of like, what in the world is going on here? Now, when it comes to Megan and Nightcrawler, they do head over to Damage Coordination Headquarters, this reality's version of Damage Control. Now, once our heroes do arrive at this location, well, they realize that there are many different kinds of characters they usually see in the main Marvel universe, but in this reality, they are acting very strange, very different than their main Marvel Universe counterpart. Matter of fact, they run into Mysterio, who goes out of his way to say, hey, you guys need a better outfit because y'all clothes are horrible. And he gives them some brand new clothes. But he doesn't stop there. Well, he does. But he does introduce different characters who are in the building, who are also acting very strange and different, to the point where it freaks out Nightcrawler and also Megan that they have to leave, and they are able to head over to the home of the Fantastic Four, where they are able to regroup with the rest of Excalibur. Now, once you have our heroes being able to regroup, they go inside the base of the Fantastic Four of this reality, except that is the moment we see Reed trying to examine the cocoon that Rachel is currently in. Now, while examining her, that is the moment she breaks right out. Now, here's the thing. In this reality, there was no Rachel Summers at all. And matter of fact, as we go through the story arc, we're going to see that in different realities across the multiverse, there was no other versions of Rachel Summers in those realities. We actually saw that in our last video, when it came to our heroes arriving at that last reality that they were at. And so when it comes to Reed, he has no idea who this chick is at all. But either way, you didn't have the world be attacked by Galactus. Now, when it comes to Rachel Summers, she does remind us that Galactus did tell the heroes of Earth that he will no longer try, for the time being, to absorb or devour the Earth. And so when it comes to Rachel, she is very confused about the idea of Galactus being here trying to devour this Earth. But you have Galactus say, you are not part of this reality. You and your friends need to leave now because this Earth should not be here at all. This Earth is actually doing damage to the multiverse because it's just completely wrong. Everything this Earth should be is going in a completely different direction, and it has to go now before it actually does damage to this reality. And so you have our heroes once again be able to leave this reality by traveling by Widget, because once you have Rachel use her Phoenix abilities near Widget, he is able to open up another portal to take our heroes away. But here's the thing, we kind of find out why this reality or this version of Earth had fell apart, because of the Impossible Man. He was playing around with this reality to the point where he could have severely damaged the multiverse, and that is why Galactus had to step in. But now we have to jump over into the next chapter where we pick up back in the main Marvel universe, and we pick up with TechNet. Now when it comes to TechNet, they are a group of characters who are bounty hunters working for the original COPPA Luna Saturni, and their main mission was to go out of their way to capture the Phoenix, but of course they had failed. And so now they're just waiting for the Phoenix to come back into this reality so they can try again. But they were confronted in our last video by a character known as Nigel. Now, we have talked about Nigel before. He was a guy who was very jealous of Courtney Ross, the ex-girlfriend of Captain Britain, because she was able to get a higher position than he did in a certain bank. Now, here's the thing. No one knows that Courtney Ross has been killed off and replaced by another version of Saturnine who has some master scheme up her sleeve. But either way, when it came to Nigel, he lost a bet to that Saturnine, and she told him that you now have to do everything I tell you to do. And so his first mission was to deliver a contract over to TechNet. Now, when it comes to TechNet, their new contract is to go out of their way to head over to Africa and save the older brother of Captain Britain, better known as James Braddock. Now, when it comes to James, the reason why he's in Africa because he is paying for his crimes. You see, there was a point in time where James was actually helping out Brian Braddock with different kinds of things, but unfortunately, James fell down a dark path where he was involved in a lot of different crimes in Africa. And so a character known as Dr. Crocodile went out of his way to capture James, to torture James as a way to pay for his crimes. And when it comes to Captain Britain, he felt like it was the right thing to do and just left. But now TechNet's new contract is to go out of their way to save James and to bring him back home. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they had arrived in another reality, except this reality is completely different from the main Marvel universe. Let me explain. So as we all know, when it came to the history of America, you had different people from the different countries in Europe cross over the seas to colonize America. But in this reality, the roles were switched around, where you had the people of America cross the seas to colonize the different areas in Europe. And so when we pick up with our heroes, they are technically cowboys and cowgirls trying their best to defend themselves against the natives in this area. Now, this section does not really last that long because you do have Widget and also the Phoenix being able to open up another portal to take our heroes into another reality. But now we have to jump back over to TechNet. Now, when it comes to TechNet, they're going out of their way to hopefully save James Braddock. And they do arrive at the base of Dr. Crocodile. Now, when it comes to TechNet and their different kinds of abilities, they are really powerful characters that cannot be stopped easily by a regular human. And so they are able to just walk through the entire facility that's being controlled by Dr. Crocodile. Now, once you have Gatecrasher being able to reach the main room where James being tortured at, you think that, okay, she's here and she should be able to take down Dr. Crocodile very easily, but she can't. And the reason why? Because he hits her with some kind of gas, which begins a process of her kind of going through some mind games. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they're still traveling across the multiverse. Matter of fact, they're now getting the chance to see how crazy different realities could be when it comes to traveling across the multiverse. Matter of fact, they arrive in one universe where you do have a Frankenstein, you do have a female Dracula, and Captain Britain is a, well, duck. But it really shows that when it comes to the multiverse, you're gonna have realities out there that are going to be flat out weird, just flat out strange for unknown reasons. Now, getting back over to Gatecrasher, we do learn what Dr. Crocodile was trying to show when it comes to his gas. You see, you do have Gatecrasher begin to hallucinate, and she begin to see all the different crimes that James did over the years in Marvel Comics up to this point to show that he truly is a bad person. Now, when it comes to Gatecrasher, she's able to break free from the mind games that Dr. Crocodile was trying to play. But you do have her tell him, you know, you could have just told me about his crimes. But you have Doc Croc say, but would you believe me if I had told you? I had to show you hard proof of what I do know about this man. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they actually do arrive back in the main Marvel universe. It does seem like, okay, their travel across the multiverse has finally reached an end. And matter of fact, when they do arrive, they do ask two police officers to get a confirmation that they are back home in their reality. Except before they're able to finally relax or just go back home, well, that is when you have Widget once again activate by absorbing the abilities of Phoenix. And once again, another portal opens up, taking our heroes into another reality. And the question is now, where are they going next? But now we jump over to the big moment for James Braddock. Now, when it comes to James, he was being tortured for a very long time by Dr. Croc. But here's the thing, when it comes to Dr. Crocodile, he made sure that kind of torture was going to play mind games on the mind of James, to the point where he had officially snapped. And so when it comes to James, this is the moment where he comes into his abilities. The idea that he's able to play with reality, because you didn't have James, who is currently insane, believe that everything around him is just a dream. But in reality, it's the real thing. And what he is seeing right now is the strings of reality, where he is able to pull them and do all kinds of different things. And so when it comes to TechNet, they do try their best to take out James. But unfortunately, no matter what they do, he is just able to take each and every single one of them out like it was no big deal and just move on with his day. Now, getting back over to our heroes, they do arrive in another reality, except this one is a nuclear wasteland. The entire world was hit with nukes left and right. Now, the Captain Britain in this world is actually Megan. Now, originally there was a Brian Braddock, but he had died. And so Megan in this reality had taken up the mantle to continue on to be the Captain Britain of this reality. But either way, we kind of find out that thanks to Doctor Doom, the Fantastic Four and the Avengers were killed off, and the rest of the world was also hit with nukes. Now, when it comes to James, we do see him just walking around until he's confronted by Nigel. Now, when it comes to Nigel, this is him saying, hey, James, come with me. I got a big offer I know that you will not refuse. And you actually have James go with Nigel. Now, when it comes to TechNet, we're left to wonder what had possibly happened to them at the end of the last section. Well, we do see them alive still, but it seems like they believe that they were able to pull off their last mission, but not knowing that, hey, they actually failed. It seems like James had played with their minds, had worked reality around them to believe they did a good job. But when we jump back over to our heroes, we do see that they did arrive in another reality, except we have no idea which one by this point. But the last page does show us Captain Britain and Megan both defeated, and we're left to wonder what exactly happened to them. But this is where okay, so we're going to get back into our coverage over the X-Men as we work our way up to Days of Future Present. It's going to be the next crossover that we are going to talk about. But first, we have to jump back over to Excalibur because we are currently covering a 12-part story arc better known as the Cross-Time Caper. You see, when it comes to Excalibur, they are traveling across the multiverse at the moment thanks to a small device better known as Widget. Now, when it comes to Widget, we have learned in our last couple videos that he is being powered up by the Phoenix. But thanks to Widget, he's able to take our heroes into different kinds of realities across the multiverse in Marvel Comics around this time in Marvel Comics. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they have seen a lot of different realities. But this next one is going to be really important for one member of the team, and that would be Rachel Summers, because the next adventure is going to show her what would her life be like if she was not the Phoenix, if she was just a regular person? Now, the opening page does tell us that this story is being told to us by a young woman at a bar who's telling a crowd of people about the latest adventure our heroes had when it came to traveling across the multiverse. Now, of course, that takes place in the present, so now we have to jump into the past to get the full story of what happened to our heroes on their latest adventure. And so as we dive into the past, we do pick up with two different groups of people fighting against each other. Now, there is one group that looks very similar to Nightcrawler, but there's no actual connection between him and those people. But they're being led by a young woman known as Kimry. Now, when it comes to Kimry, she is trying her best to kill off the other group's leader, and her name is Angelique. Now, it does seem like Kimry might be able to pull off what she wants to do here, except you didn't have Nightcrawler appear out of nowhere. Now, we are told later on in the story, when it came to Excalibur, when they had arrived in this reality, well, Nightcrawler fell off the train and then crashed right in front of Angelique. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, it seems that she is in danger and he must protect her from Kimry, which he is able to do, except after defeating Kimry and her people, well, somebody comes behind him and knocks him out, and we're left to wonder what is going to happen next to Nightcrawler. But now we have to jump over to Kitty Pryde and also Rachel Summers. Now, just like Nightcrawler, they were separated from the rest of the Excalibur group, and currently they have been hung up upside down in a random smokehouse that is owned by a particular cook who is going to use them in the next meal, most likely. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they do try to use their abilities as a way to escape, but unfortunately, their powers are currently not working. Now, we are not told in the earlier parts of the story why their powers are not working, but it will be explained to us down the road. Now, when it comes to Kitty, she was trained in different kinds of ways to escape from different kinds of binds. And so she was able to break free, but also break Rachel free as well. But as soon as they break free, well, the cook comes back and he tries his best to attack them. Now, they were able to defeat him, but as soon as they get outside, they are surrounded by different guards of the area. Now, it does look like, okay, our young heroes might be in danger, but one guy who looks somewhat similar to Lockheed steps up and says, no. As we all know, none of us here in this area like the cook, and he did kind of control the area. But thanks to you guys being able to get rid of him, now we're free, and now we want to accept you guys into our group because you guys did us a favor. But now I want to shift our focus back over to Nightcrawler because as we saw earlier, he was knocked out, but come to find out that he was taken over to the room of the princess. Yes, you heard that right. Angelique took Nightcrawler to her bedroom, and once he wakes up, Homegirl does everything she can to get Nightcrawler in the bed with her. I mean, she does seduce him easily. And Nightcrawler, he's all like, hey, you know what? It's fun time. Let's go. But after spending a couple, hours with her, you then had a servant walk in. Now, the servant does spill a tad bit of wine on her. But the servant is so scared of Angelique, it makes Nightcrawler wonder, what kind of princess is she? If she is the princess of this reality, why is her servant so scared of her? What is she going to do to him for making such a small mistake? When it comes to Nightcrawler, his mind shifts back onto Angelique, who is asking for another round. But now we have to pick up with Alistair Stewart. Now, Alistair is not really part of Excalibur. He's really more part of the WHO organization, the Weird Happening organization. They travel around the world to investigate weird things happening in the world. Now, when it came to Excalibur, as they begun this adventure across the multiverse, unfortunately, he had to tag along. And so on this latest adventure, he's just trying his best to get away from a crowd of people of this reality who wants to, well, kill him. Now, something I also want to mention about Alistair is that he's part of a love triangle. You see, Kitty Pryde wants Alistair, but Alistair wants Rachel Summers. And so we have another love triangle in X-Men comics, or really Excalibur. But either way, when it comes to Alistair, he's on the run from a crowd of people. Now, he runs into Kitty Pryde and Rachel, and the crowd that was chasing him, well, they turn away. Now, when it comes to Rachel and Kitty, they believe because they were there, that scared the crowd away. But you have Alistair tell them, no, it was not because of you, it was because of that. And out of nowhere, we see some kind of green monster grab our heroes and pull them inside some kind of aircraft. But now we jump back over to Nightcrawler. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, he's waking up after spending a lot of time with Angelique in bed. She did a number on Homeboy. But once he does wake up, he remembers that he had a strange feeling about her. And he wants to know what is exactly going on here. And so he begins to walk around the place. Now, he does find her dungeon. Inside the dungeon is Kimry. Now, Kimry is kind of surprised to see Nightcrawler. But at the same time, she's kind of like, no, I'm not surprised because earlier you fought for Angelique, and that was a huge mistake because she's the bad guy here, not me. And so you have Kimry explain what is exactly happening in this reality. See, Kimry and her father, they were the rulers of this earth, but Angelique was able to overpower Kimry's father to begin to take over the entire world, which she has done. But on top of that, when it comes to Angelique, she also has taken away all the magic in this world as well. And so usually you have people being able to use magic, but they can't. Now, something else I do want to mention about this Earth is that you do have a lot of different alien creatures on this Earth. Like, this Earth is not your usual human Earth. There's different kinds of alien species here. But either way, now Nightcrawler knows what's the real story here. He does free Kimry and wants to work with Kimry as a way to take down Angelique. Now, they're able to find Angelique and they want to stop her. And so we kind of find out that Angelique is actually working with a green monster that has been absorbing all the magic from this reality, from this Earth. And that explains why there's no magic in this world, but also it's absorbing its life energy as well. Now, currently, it is feeding on Captain Britain and Megan, but also it's about to feed on Kitty Pryde and Rachel Summers and the magic on them. Now, Nightcrawler and Kimry are able to step in to hopefully save Kitty Pryde and Rachel Summers. But in the middle of the battle, when it comes to Kimry trying her best to fight against Angelique, well, that guard we saw earlier steps in to protect her. And we kind of find out that guard is Kimry's father. And so, like we saw earlier, Angelique was able to take over the world because Kimry's father allowed it. Now, he's killed off by Kimry in the middle of the battle, but you do have Angelique try to kill off Kimry to only be saved by Kitty Pryde. But then that leads into the big problem, the green monster. Now, when it comes to our heroes, like I said earlier, they're not really able to use their powers like they usually do in this reality. And Nightcrawler tells us why. Because over the years, when it comes to our heroes, they have used their powers in different kinds of battles. But in those battles, some of those battles, they have been touched by magic in different kinds of ways. And so because of that, they have become part of the magic world. And so when they came into this reality with the idea of no magic, they were no longer able to tap into their abilities. Now, there is one person who still has powers, and that would be Rachel Summers. Yes, she is a psychic, and yes, she's not able to use those powers, but around this time in Marvel Comics, she was the Phoenix. Now, here's the thing, because Nightcrawler realized the creature is scared of the Phoenix and the power she holds, and so it's not trying to feed off her, but just the rest of the group. But Nightcrawler realized if he is able to hand over the Phoenix to the Green Monster to overfeed it, most likely they'll be saved. And so he throws Phoenix right into the Green Monster. And Nightcrawler knew, just like that, the power, the cosmic power of the Phoenix is just too much for the creature. And so we see a huge explosion. Kind of wondering what happened to our heroes when it came to that creature trying to feed off the Phoenix power. And so as we dive into the next chapter, we kind of find out that Excalibur is okay. As a matter of fact, after some time has passed by, Excalibur being celebrated across the entire world. You have parties non-stop left and right. With the creature gone, Angelique gone, the world is finally free once again. And so you have our heroes just having a good old time. And some characters of the team is having a great time. But there is one person who's kind of like not really down to join all the partying, and that would be Rachel Summers. And this leads into what I said at the very beginning of our video. Now, something I do want to mention about Rachel Summers is that she is from a very dark reality in the Marvel's multiverse, but she had traveled over to the main Marvel universe and just had been stuck there. Now, she was able to join Excalibur, and they were able to travel across the multiverse. But while traveling across the multiverse, there's one thing every single reality had in common through their travels. There was no Rachel Summers at all. You had different versions of Captain Britain, Nightcrawler, Megan, everyone else except Rachel Summers. Now, there is something else I do want to mention. She tells us that thanks to the Green Monster, it seems like it was able to absorb most of her Phoenix ability, her Phoenix energy. And so for once, she's technically just a normal person. Her psychic powers are also gone as well. She's just a regular person. And this is great because now she can live a somewhat normal life. She does not want to go back into the main Marvel universe. And so she's now going to travel across this reality to find people that she cares for. And so we kind of find out that it has been a few weeks since she had left Excalibur trying to live a normal life in this reality. Now, after a few weeks have passed by, we kind of find out that she found this reality's version of Jean Grey. And this is huge because in her reality, Jean Grey died. She did not have the proper chance to live a life with her mother. And this is her saying, I can do that now. And this reality, I'm technically normal now. Not completely, but somewhat here. And so I'll be able to live a normal life. But the problem is, this reality's Jean Grey dies just like the other one in Rachel's reality. She's killed off by a bunch of slavers, and those slavers are able to grab Rachel. Now Rachel, she's heartbroken because once again, she had to go through the idea of losing her mother. But you also have Rachel get very upset that now she has to go back into the life that she was trying to leave. You know, she was trying to live a normal life for once. But here she goes, back into the reality of fighting and killing and protecting yourself against different kinds of enemies. But she is able to take down the slavers. Now we do pick up with another group of slavers. Now these slavers are actually talking about the idea of sending in an assassin to kill off Excalibur. You see, when it comes to Excalibur, they're trying to hold a tournament to pick a champion to protect the world, because Excalibur can't stay here forever to protect the world. Now these slavers, they were originally run off by Angelique, but now she's gone, and so they're trying to regain control. Now, as you had the slavers talking about that, we do see somebody overhear the conversation. Now, when it comes to the tournament, you do have a range of different kinds of characters who are able to jump into the tournament to go through the different kinds of tests that were put together by Excalibur. Now, there is one person I really do want to focus on, and that would be the mysterious woman in black. Now, the reason why, because she fights in a way where Kitty Pryde knows who it is. She knows it is Rachel Summers, because Rachel is currently using moves that Kitty Pryde had taught her over the years. And so Kitty knows it's Rachel, but Rachel is trying to have everyone believe that it's somebody else to hopefully win the tournament. Now for Kitty, it's not her saying, you know what, let me go ahead and confront her right now to figure out why in the world is she doing this for, but instead it's her just backing off. But she wants to know, why is Rachel going through all of this for? But now I'm going to jump forward to the part where the assassin actually attacked, because in the middle of the night, you do have Kitty Pryde, Nightcrawler, and also Captain Britain be killed off. Now Megan and also Alistair are still alive, but you have everyone else at the tournament believe it was Rachel who had killed off her fellow team members, because again, no one knows it's actually Rachel. She is wearing a disguise. But then you have Alistair realize it is Rachel. And so he tells Lockheed, or the alternate version of Lockheed, to not attack Rachel. It's Rachel. She's on their side. But right after telling everyone that, he is then stabbed by the real assassin. So now Alistair is dead. And that leaves Megan and also Rachel Summers. Now Megan, she's being held hostage, but Rachel is able to save her from the assassin very easily. Now the story does get wrapped up very quickly here, because we do pick up with Megan telling Rachel, you are the only person who has the ability to bring our friends back to life using the power of the Phoenix. Now, when it comes to Rachel, she does not want to do that at all, because for once in her life, she has the chance to be somewhat normal. But at the same time, the green monster from the last chapter did absorb a lot of the Phoenix energy out of her. And so she honestly does not know if she is able to actually bring out the Phoenix to save her friends, to bring her friends back to life. But thanks to the help of Megan, they were able to restore her magical abilities, or her Phoenix abilities, sorry. And so with the Phoenix powers being back, bam, just like that, her cosmic powers are able to bring back Captain Britain, Kitty Pryde, Alistair, Nightcrawler back to life. And then we jump to the present day. Because remember, this entire story was being told to us by a mysterious woman at the bar. And we kind of find out that mysterious woman was just Kitty Pryde. And then you have our heroes move on to their next adventure across the multiverse. Now, when it comes to the cross-time caper, we're going to stop right here, because the later chapters do take place after some other big events in X-Men comics, like in X-Factor, and also in the main Uncanny X-Men series, and even New Mutants. But don't worry, we're going to come back to the Cross-Time Caper storyline and wrap it up down the road. But with that being said, this is where we are going to end today's comic book. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to Days of Future Present, the next crossover that we are going to talk about when it comes to X-Men comics. But first, we have to jump back over to Excalibur and continue our coverage over Cross-Time Caper. Cross-Time Caper was a 12-part story arc that was given to us by Marvel Comics as we see Excalibur traveling across the multiverse, being able to visit different universes in the multiverse. Now, when it comes to our heroes, the reason why they're traveling across the multiverse is because of one small device, better known as Widget. You see, when it comes to Widget, he has the ability to open up portals that allow our heroes to travel across the multiverse. But here's the problem. They cannot control where they are going. Now, usually, when it comes to Widget, he gets powered up by the power of the Phoenix. Now, around this time in Marvel Comics, the Phoenix was Rachel Summers. But either way, when it comes to Widget, he is the reason why our heroes are traveling across the multiverse. And they are just hoping that sooner or later, they'll be able to get back to their Earth. Now, the opening pages of this book does a great job in reminding us that when it comes to Megan and Rachel, they do have some kind of connection to one another. And sometimes that connection could involve their powers messing with one another. So, for example, when it comes to Megan, she has the ability to shapeshift. And so when it comes to Rachel, when she wakes up, she realized that her body is beginning to shift into some other kind of creature. And she knows it's because of Megan. Now, when she goes out of her way to wake up Megan, there is a huge feedback release between the two characters, a Phoenix feedback. Now, let me explain real quick. When it comes to our heroes, they're on a train right now as they're traveling across the multiverse. But like I said earlier, it all comes down to Widget. He has the ability to open up a portal, but he gets powered up by the power of the Phoenix. And so when it comes to Megan and Rachel releasing that huge feedback of Phoenix powers, it does hit Widget, turning him on and opening up another portal. And so you have the train go through that portal, and now our heroes have arrived on a new Earth once again. Now, the reality our heroes had arrived in is being dominated by a worldwide race. You have all these different racers involved, but the number one racer is Jamie Braddock, the older brother to Captain Britain Psylocke back in the main Marvel universe. When it comes to this reality, Jamie is the number one racer. Now, when it comes to our heroes, when they had arrived to this reality, well, they fell out of the sky, but Megan fell off the train perfectly into the car of Jamie's. Now, as soon as she landed inside the car, it seemed that she went under some kind of trance. Now, while our heroes had landed on the ground, Captain Britain saw his brother. And back in the main Marvel universe, Captain Britain does not like his brother at all. And so, as soon as he sees Megan right down the car with this reality version of his brother, he goes after Jamie, leaving the rest of the team behind. Now, when it comes to Rachel, she's right now in some kind of psychic shock. But either way, she does walk onto the track of the race, and she is about to be hit by some racers. Now, you have Nightcrawler try his best to teleport over to her to get her the heck out of there, but unfortunately, he does not have the energy to teleport back once he does get to her. But luckily, Lockheed, the pet dragon, was able to save the both of them. Now, when it comes to the rest of the team, they do go back inside the train. Now, when it comes to Kitty, she begins to watch some TV as a way to fully understand what this world is truly like. Now, while doing that, she does see that Jamie Braddock is the number one racer in this world. But while seeing him on TV, she also sees Megan. But like I said earlier, it seems like Megan is under some kind of trance. But then you have Kitty realize that Captain Britain never came back after chasing after Jamie and also Megan. Now, you do have Kitty go outside, and when she does, she finds a car that seemed to be in a very serious accident. It was burnt up, almost completely gone. But then you have Widget walk by. Now, when it comes to Widget, like I said earlier, he has the ability to also open up portals that allow our heroes to travel across the multiverse. But he also loves to eat junk. And so when it comes to Widget, he does eat up what's left of the car that Kitty found and being able to recreate it. And once he does, you have Kitty realize that she could use Widget as a way to catch up to Jamie, get Megan back, but to also find Captain Britain. Now, at first, when it comes to Nightcrawler, he does not want to let her go because she's too young to drive. But you didn't have good old Widget say, no, I want Kitty, not you. And of course, she gets in the car and she leaves. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, she was able to quickly find Captain Britain as he was just walking around. Now, when it comes to Brian, he does tell Kitty that once he was able to catch up to Jamie, Jamie did something to him, like some kind of glare he gave Brian as a way to put him under some kind of trance, which then took away most of Brian's powers. Now, Brian does say his powers are coming back, but it was very weird what Jamie did to him. And so for our heroes, they realize that this reality, Jamie has powers, because back in the main Marvel universe, Jamie had just received his powers, but our heroes don't know that yet because they have been traveling across the multiverse. Now, while you have our heroes continue on, they then get pulled over by two police officers, better known as the Dirty Angels. Now, when it comes to the Dirty Angels, they do have names, Rico and Kay, but honestly, they're not really that important for this story. But when it comes to Rico and Kay, they do inform both Captain Britain and also Kitty Pryde what happened to this reality version of Brian Braddock. And they say that he was killed off by his brother Jamie. You see, when it came to Jamie, he is the #1 racer, but Brian was #2. And really, Brian could have beat Jamie, but Jamie could not stand that. And so he killed off his younger brother to make sure that he stayed #1. Now, when it comes to the Dirty Angels, they do inform our heroes that they could not prove that it was Jamie at all. But at the same time, they're still trying to find any kind of evidence to prove that it was Jamie. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they inform the Dirty Angels that their friend was kidnapped by Jamie. And for the cops, they're all like, oh, that's all we need to arrest him. You're telling Gus that he kidnapped somebody? Let's go. We're going to throw him in jail right now. And they leave in their own vehicle. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler and Aleister, they're trying to fix the train after falling out of the sky. But while doing that, you have Nightcrawler wondering, why in the world is Aleister checking in on Rachel after everything she had went through? And you have Aleister say, don't worry, she's still unconscious, not knowing that she has woken up. Now, when it comes to Rachel, she realizes something's wrong with her once again. And once she goes to a nearby mirror, she begins to see her body once again change into something else. Into, well, Megan. And that shows that their connection is still very strong, even though they're now very far apart from one another. Now, I want to shift our focus over to Jamie Braddock and Megan for a very good reason. When it comes to Jamie, he has the ability to warp reality, but I want to talk more about his view on reality. You see, he is able to see all these different kinds of strings. With those strings, he's able to pull them, which allows him to warp reality. And so when it comes to Megan, while she's sitting there constantly changing into other people, he is able to see that she is connected to somebody else. Of course, that would be Rachel. And so he is able to warp reality around him to allow him to put his hand through the mirror of Rachel and try to bring her over to where he and Megan are at. Except he's then interrupted by the Dirty Angels, who are there to arrest him. Now, once you have the rest of the heroes being able to catch up to the Dirty Angels, you have our heroes realize that, well, everyone is running away because Jamie Braddock is using his powers on Megan to make her turn into some kind of creature to attack different people. Now, that creature, or Megan, goes after Brian. And so Brian has no idea that he is currently fighting against his own girlfriend. Now, when it comes to Kitty, she does try her best to take down Jamie, but of course, he was able to stop her because, again, he's able to warp reality and do almost everything he wants to do to anybody. Now, when it comes to Kitty, it it does work a tad bit different. Let me explain. So yes, when it comes to Jamie, he's able to control her, but not completely. And the reason why? Because of her phasing ability. And so she was able to escape. But when she did escape, well, that was the moment you had Brian realize that he was beating down on Megan, which he could have killed if he had continued to fight against her. Now, when it comes to Jamie, he decided to go ahead and walk away. Except when he did walk away, he was able to grab Widget and also Lockheed as well. And so now we know our heroes are going to try their best to go after him, to give back Lockheed, to give back Widget, but to also get revenge for what he has done to Megan. Now, I kind of want to explain why does Brian hate Jamie so much for. So back in the main Marvel universe, when it comes to Brian, Bessie, and Jamie, they're all siblings and they all were close to one another. But here's the catch though. When it came to Brian and Bessie, they are twins and they are younger than Jamie. And Jamie got jealous of them. And the reason why? Because their parents and other family members were paying them more attention. And so he got very jealous of always hearing about his younger siblings. Now, when it came to Brian, he looked up to Jamie. He looked up to his big brother, but Jamie did not care. Now, after a while, when it came to Brian being Captain Britain, he found out that, well, Jamie was a criminal, and that bothered Brian so much. Now, when it comes to Jamie, like I said earlier, he was jealous of Brian and Bessie. And even though this is another reality version of Jamie, he feels the same way as the main Marvel universe does. He hates Brian and Betsy. But either way, when it comes to their battle, you do have Jamie being able to take down Brian very easily. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, she tries her best to stop both the brothers from fighting each other. Because again, they're brothers. They should be getting along. But again, when it comes to Jamie, he wants to kill off Brian. Now, when it comes to Jamie, he tells Lockheed, who he now has under his control, to attack Kitty Pryde. And so you have Kitty try to run away. Now, when it comes to Widget, he was able to open up a portal that allows Kitty to get away. But here's the thing. When he opens up a portal, most likely you go into another reality. And so when it comes to Kitty, we have no idea where she's going to just yet. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler and also Alistair, they have no idea what's going on with Captain Britain, Kitty, Rachel, and even Megan. But you do have the two continuing to still work on the train, except that is when they're confronted by the Dirty Angels, who need somewhere to hide. You see, when it came to the Angels earlier, when they tried to attack Jamie, well, they were technically the reason why the place was blown up because, well, they used a very powerful weapon and also ticked off Jamie. But the people who worked there or love going there are very upset about the idea that their place has been blown up. And so they were chasing down the Dirty Angels. And you have Nightcrawler and also Alistair just being very nice to allow them to stay there until the crowd had left. But now we have to shift our focus over to Rachel Summers, who still has a connection to Megan. Now, when it comes to Rachel, she realized that she now has the ability to look through Megan's eyes. Now, when it comes to Megan and Rachel, they want to make Jamie pay for what he has done to them. But they also realize it could be an actual challenge here. But you didn't have Rachel realize when it comes to Megan, she can shapeshift into other people. And so Rachel says, why not use the different forms of the X-Men? You will constantly change into different members of the X-Men to throw him off, because then he'll have no idea how to handle different members of the X-Men, and most likely we can use their abilities to take him down. And so you didn't have Megan transform into Wolverine as a way to track down Jamie. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, she begins to realize that she has arrived into another reality. But here's the thing. She arrived at the townhouse that belongs to the Broddocks. But also, she is confronted by the housekeeper. Now, once she finds out that she's in the home of the Broddocks, she begins to wonder in the possibility, has she returned back home to the main Marvel universe? Now, when it comes to Megan, she was able to use the powers of Wolverine to actually locate Brian, who was then transformed into a car, well, thanks to Jamie and his warping ability. Now, when it comes to Megan, she also transformed into, well, Longshot, and uses Longshot ability to, well, never miss, to hit the right points to turn Captain Britain back into a regular person. Now, after doing that, she's then confronted by, well, Jamie once again. And you have Jamie say, you know what? It's time for you and I to have a one-on-one conversation. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, she does get confirmation that she is back on the main Marvel universe. She's back in that reality, which is great because now she has a way to get the others back home as long as Widget is able to keep the portal open. Except you didn't have Kitty Pryde begin to hear a noise coming upstairs in the townhouse. Now, when it comes to the housekeeper, she does not want Kitty to go up there. But Kitty says, you know what? I still want to check it out. And so she does. But now we have to jump back over to Megan. Now, when it comes to Megan, she's still using the different powers of the X-Men to throw Jamie off. And matter of fact, she turns into Havoc and being able to blow a hole right through the body of that reality's Jamie. Now, the reason why I say that reality, because when it comes to the main Marvel universe, when you have Kitty Pryde walk into that room, she finds the main Marvel universe version of Jamie. But here's the thing, he has a scar in the same exact spot that the other reality Jamie has a hole at. And so that shows there's some kind of connection, that the original Jamie was able to warp reality so bad that he was able to play with a different, complete other universe reality and put himself in there and play around with that reality over there. Now, let's not forget, when it comes to the main Marvel universe Jamie, his mind was broken in a previous story. And so for him, he's just playing with some dolls that look like Excalibur and other characters in that reality, not knowing that he's messing with that other reality. Now, when it comes to our heroes back over there, they're trying their best to do anything to possibly stop him. But unfortunately, that other reality Jamie is just too strong. But back in the main Marvel universe, you have Kitty realize that he's acting like a child because, again, he's playing with action figures that look like Excalibur. And so she realized if she is able to talk to him like a child, then maybe she could possibly stop him. And so she tells him to go to bed. And he does. Because again, he believes that he is a child. And once he does go to bed, in that other reality, that Jamie and also the angels, they go away. And so the rest of Excalibur is saved from his attacks. But here comes one more problem. When it comes to Kitty Pryde, when she tries to go back through Widget, hoping to take her back over to that reality, well, she comes to find out that she can't go back to that reality. She's stuck on the main Marvel universe while her friends are stuck in a different reality. And so she has no choice but for the night, go ahead and go over to the home of Brian until she is able to think of something else. But while she lays there in bed sleeping, somebody is watching over her. And of course, it's Courtney Ross. But let's not forget, this is not Courtney Ross. This is another version of Saturnine. But this is where What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to Days of Future Present, the next crossover that we are going to talk about. Now, today, we're going to jump back over to Excalibur and continue our coverage over the Cross-Time Caper story arc, where you have our heroes traveling across the multiverse. Now, each video only contains 2 parts of this story arc, and here's the reason why. Because each 2 parts is covering an adventure of our heroes heroes in a different reality. So each 2 parts is our heroes trying to deal with some problems on a different Earth. Now, for today's video, our heroes are going to go up against Crusader X, another version of Captain Britain, but they're also going to go up against the Shadow King. And you'll see what I mean as we go through today's video. And so getting into today's video, we are going to be introduced to a character known as Crusader X. Now, when it comes to Crusader, he's actually this reality's version of Captain Britain. Now, here's the thing about this character. We're going to use him as a way to explore this reality, but he also mentions at the very beginning of this book that London is the greatest city in the entire world. And that's really important when it comes to how this reality is when it comes to who actually rules over different areas of the world. Now, when it comes to Captain Britain, he does fly over to meet up with the WHO organization. Now, WHO stands for Weird Happening Organization. They have one back in the main reality for Marvel Comics, but also in this reality as well. They go around investigating weird things that happen across the world. And apparently, they arrived at a train station because a random train arrived, but no one is on it. Now, when our characters go inside the train, they realize that there were people who were living on the train, but also it seems like a battle had taken place on the train as well. Now, we already know that this train belongs to Excalibur because they use this train as a way to travel across the multiverse. Really, they use a small device known as Widget, who has the ability to open up a portal to take them to other realities. But they use the train to travel through those portals into other realities. And so this train belongs to them. Now, something else I do want to mention is that in this reality, when it comes to the WHO organization, it's being led by twins, a brother and a sister, Alicine and Alistair Stewart. Now, back in the main reality for Marvel Comics, it's the same exact thing. The Stewart twins are in charge of most of the WHO organization. Now, when it comes to this reality version of those characters, they had called up Crusader X to help them figure out who the train actually belongs to. Now, they do find different clues that belong to different characters on Excalibur, like Rachel Summers, Kitty Pryde. But then they find a picture of Nightcrawler, and that is actually a problem. And here is the reason why. In this reality, Nightcrawler was actually an agent for Prasha, and Prasha in our reality and main Marvel reality is no longer around. But in this reality, it still is. And on top of that, apparently it's a powerful empire. And so right now, they feel like Nightcrawler is their Nightcrawler and he must be up to something. And so they tell Crusader X, your goal is to find Nightcrawler and stop him before he does something else to our beautiful country. But now we have to jump over to the main Marvel universe where we pick up with Kitty Pryde. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, the reason why she was able to arrive back to the main Marvel universe is because in our last video, when it came to Widget, it was trying to save her life by opening up a portal that took her back to the main Marvel universe. Now, when it came to Kitty, she was hoping to bring the others back with her. But unfortunately, when it came time for her to go back through the portal to get her friends, the portal no longer worked. Widget closed down the portal and stayed with the Excalibur team. And so now currently she's stuck back on the main Marvel universe while her team is stuck in a different reality. Now, in our last video, she went to the home to Brian Braddock to just sleep for the night, except when she wakes up, she's confronted by Saturnine. Now, this is an alternate reality version of Saturnine, and we still have no idea what exactly she's up to, but currently she is pretending to be Courtney Ross. Now, Courtney Ross was the ex-girlfriend of Captain Britain, and matter of fact, in the early parts of our coverage over Excalibur, it seemed that he would go back to her and begin a new relationship. but then she was killed off by this Saturn IX person who's now pretending to be her. And so for Kitty, she believes it's Courtney Ross, but it's not Courtney Ross. Now, when it comes to Kitty, she's very upset about the idea that now she has lost another team. And let me explain. So when it came to her being on the X-Men, she was severely injured back in the Mutant Massacre. And so the rest of the X-Men had to move on with her. Now, by the time it came for her to be back on the team again, because she was mostly healed up, the X-Men had gave up their lives to stop the adversary. And they did that on live television. Now, here's the catch. The X-Men are still alive, but most of the world does not know that yet, including Kitty Pryde. And so she believes that now she had lost two teams, the X-Men and also Excalibur. Now, getting back over to the other reality, we do pick up with Jean Grey. Now, when it comes to Jean Grey in this reality, her and the rest of the X-Men are actually stationed in London. When it came to Charles Xavier, he built the school in London, not in America. Now, when it comes to Jean Grey, when she does arrive back home to the school, she's then confronted by Jason Wyngarde. Now, when it comes to Jason Wyngarde, back in the main Marvel universe, he's known as Mastermind. He has the ability to play with your mind, to make you believe in something else that's not really there or not really part of you. He could say like, you know what, you are part of the Hellfire Club, or you are right now in Hawaii, or you are somebody else completely, even though those things are not real. He's playing with your mind when it comes to reality around you. And so when it comes to Jason Wyngarde in this reality, it's the same exact thing, where you have Jason right now trying to bring Jean Grey into the Hellfire Club. Now, that happened back in the main Marvel universe when it came to Jean Grey being the Dark Phoenix, or really, it was the Phoenix pretending to be Jean Grey and then turn into the Dark Phoenix. Either way, when it comes to Jason Wyngarde, he's trying to bring in Jean Grey into the Hellfire Club. Now, something else I do want to mention is that in this reality, Jean Grey never became the Phoenix. And so for Jason, it seems that he'll be able to bring her in as the Black Queen to the Hellfire Club. But then out of nowhere, she is saved by the powers of the Phoenix. But let's not forget that Rachel Summers was currently holding the power of the Phoenix around this time in Marvel Comics. And so when Excalibur had arrived in this reality, her and the Phoenix both sensed Jean Grey, and they both wanted to protect her. Now, when it comes to Rachel, she also mentions that even though it's not her mom from her reality, they still share the same genetics no matter what. And so as soon as they arrived, she was connected to Jean Grey of this reality. And she felt the cries of Jean Grey when she was attacked by Jason Wyngarde. Now, like I said earlier, when it came to Jason Wyngarde, he was trying to bring Jean Grey into the Hellfire Club. Now, the Hellfire Club works differently than it does in the main Marvel universe. Let me explain. So when it comes to the Hellfire Club, there is an inner circle. And to most people, the inner circle are the ones in charge. The Black King, the White King, the White Queen, and the Black Queen. But in reality, that is not true. The person in charge of the Hellfire Club is going to be the Shadow King. Now, when it comes to the Shadow King, he's just like the Phoenix. He's a multiversal being. He has a host in all realities across the multiverse. And this reality, it will be Amal Farouk, just like in the main Marvel universe. Now, when it comes to the Shadow King, this man always has some kind of plan for all realities across the multiverse. But in this reality, we kind of find out that the Shadow King is working with Tony Stark. And here is the reason why. So in this reality, America never became its own country. It's still part of the Great Britain Empire. And so these two characters are trying to fix that. They say, you know what? America should be free. Now, when it comes to Iron Man, It's really more of trying to get revenge against the world leaders. And let me explain why. So apparently there was a time where the founding fathers did come together to sign the Declaration of Independence alongside with an ancestor of Tony Stark, but they were all killed off. And that stopped that process from actually happening. And so that's why America is still under the Great Britain Empire. But as Tony's saying, I am going to get revenge against the ones who prevent America becoming its own country. But on top of that, they need Jean Grey's help. You see, they need Jean Grey to kill off Charles Xavier. Once that's done, then Tony will be able to go to the World Summit and kill off the world leaders, and then begin the process of America being free. But now we jump back over to the main Marvel universe, where we pick up with a character known as Vixen. Now, when it comes to Vixen, she is a gang leader, but she's currently meeting up with a character known as Nigel. Now, we have talked about Nigel before. When it comes to Nigel, he worked at a bank alongside with Courtney Ross. And remember, Courtney Ross was the ex-girlfriend of Captain Britain, and they almost got back together. Now, when it comes to Nigel, he hated Courtney Ross because she was able to get a higher position in the bank they both work at, and he felt like it should be his job, not hers. Now, when it came to Courtney, like I said earlier, she has been killed off and replaced by another version of Saturnine, but no one knows that, including Nigel. And so when it came to Nigel, he decided to play a game of poker against who he believed to be Courtney Ross, and lost. And so because he lost that game, he has to work for her. And apparently he was assigned to meet up with Vixen. Now, when it comes to Nigel and also Saturnine, the reason why they called up this meeting with Vixen is to get control of her gang. Now, before they were able to tell her the terms of the deal, well, you didn't have Vixen freak out because she sees Jamie. And let's not forget, by this point, one, Jamie is mentally broken, and two, he just discovered his powers as well to warp reality, but he looks crazy to her, and so she freaks out and begins to shoot at Nigel. Now, like I said, when it comes to Jamie, he just discovered his powers to warp reality, and so he protects Nigel but turns Vixen into a fox. Now, he then turns Nigel into Vixen so that Nigel can go talk to her gang and get them under their control. And so even though the gang believes they had talked to Vixen, in reality, they had talked to Nigel. Now, I want to jump back over to Jean Grey of the other reality, and here is the reason why. Because in the other reality, like I said earlier, the X-Men are stationed in London, but here's the catch. So yes, the X-Men do go to a school to learn how to control their powers, but after a while, once they have learned how to master their abilities, they are then used as special agents against forces who are enemies against Great Britain. And so when it comes to Jean Grey, she was the first. She was able to pass all the tests and became a special agent for Great Britain to use. Now, when it comes to Jean Grey, once again, she is attacked by Mastermind, who is once again trying to bring her into the Hellfire Club. Now, when it comes to Rachel Summers, she wants to go out of her way to save this reality's Jean Grey. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, he's very confused on why in the world would they do that for, because this is not their Jean Grey. This is not their reality. And so for him, he's kind of wondering, why in the world would we get ourselves in trouble trying to help out somebody who's not even our friend, who's not even our Jean Grey? That's somebody else completely. But for Rachel, it's because they are heroes, and that is what heroes do. Now, while you have the two characters arguing with one another, well, Crusader X appears to come get Nightcrawler because he believes that Nightcrawler is an enemy. And so you do have our two heroes try to fight against them. And you would think, okay, Rachel is here. She has the powers of the Phoenix. But the problem is Rachel is so focused on Jean Grey that once Jean Grey screams again for help, Rachel leaves Nightcrawler behind to go help out Jean Grey. And then you have Crusader X being able to take Nightcrawler as his prisoner. But when we jump over to Rachel Summers, she finds a Jean Grey that was severely injured, on the verge of dying. Now, when it comes to Rachel, she wants to give this reality's Jean Grey the power of the Phoenix, hoping that it will keep her alive, save her life. But the problem is, if Rachel does that, she's going to allow the Shadow King to take over the body of this reality's Jean Grey. And when it comes to Rachel, she knows that would be a horrible thing. And so, unfortunately, she has to let this reality's Jean Grey die in her arms. And so for Rachel, once again, she has to lose another version of her mother and watch that version die in her arms. And so you have Rachel say, you know what? It's time for me to get revenge against the Hellfire Club for what they have done to you. And so when we jump into the next chapter, we pick up with Nightcrawler being interrogated because the WHO organization, including Crusader X, they believe that Nightcrawler is still an enemy, that this is their reality's version of Nightcrawler who works for the enemy. But you have our Nightcrawler trying to tell them, no, I am not your Nightcrawler. I am from another reality, a different dimension where I am completely different but also good. Now, when it comes to Alicent Stewart, she believes our Nightcrawler. She believes that he's actually innocent. But the rest of the crew, they don't believe that, especially now when the World Summit is coming very soon. And they are afraid that if this Nightcrawler is their Nightcrawler, then he might try to attack the world leaders at the summit. And so now they cannot believe anything our Nightcrawler is saying. Now, when it comes to the X-Men, unfortunately, they're off the board at the moment because you have Crusader X get a call from the X-Men where he is informed by this reality's version of Archangel, which is a female, and you also have Cable of this reality telling him that everybody here who's on the X-Men have been attacked by Jean Grey in some kind of way. Now, we already know Jean Grey is dead, but this took place before she was killed off when she was possessed by the Shadow King, becoming his Shadow Queen. Now, when it comes to Charles Xavier, well, they found him, but he is currently in a catatonic state right now because he was trying his best to protect Moira McTaggart, who was just a regular human. If he did not protect her, most likely Jean Grey could have fried her mind. And so that shows how severe this attack was. Now, when it comes to Rachel Summers, we do see her at the base of the Hellfire Club, where she is going to attack the place to get revenge for the death of Jean Grey of this reality. Now, when it comes to Rachel Summers, though, she does inform us a tad bit about her past in her reality. Because remember, she's not from the main Marvel universe. She's from the Days of Future Past universe. And so in that reality, she was part of the New Mutants. But in that reality, it was the Hellfire Club who had blew up Charles Xavier's school, but also killed off Charles Xavier. Now, when it came to the Hellfire Club, they thought at first that she would be easy picking, but she wasn't. She began to fight back until she found out the Hellfire Club, that reality, is very similar to this reality, where the Inner Circle were not in charge. Instead, it was actually the Shadow King who was in charge of that reality's Hellfire Club as well. And when it came to Shadow King, he tried his best to get a hold on to Rachel Summers, but then she was taken away into a different dimension, Mojo's dimension. Now, it stops right there when it comes to us learning more about her past life. But when it comes to Rachel, she does go inside the base of the Hellfire Club. And really, speaking of Mojo and his dimension, we jump back over to the main Marvel universe, where we pick up with Kitty Pryde at a zoo right now. Now at this zoo, you actually have the werewolves still locked up from the first story of Excalibur. Because remember, the werewolves are from Mojo's dimension, and they were sent into Earth's reality to hunt down Rachel Summers, to bring her back over to Mojo's reality. But they were stopped by Excalibur and locked away in a zoo for people to look at like they're actual animals. Now, when it comes to the werewolves, they believe that sooner or later they are going to break free and get their revenge against Excalibur. But you have Kitty Pryde there saying, "Ha, you wish," and she walks away. But they really do believe that, no, we are going to break out. And once we do, we're coming after you and your team. Now, we do jump over to this random section where we pick up with a random woman being attacked by some thugs. Now, luckily, she is saved by Excalibur. And when it comes to Excalibur, they believe that this is Kitty Pryde because she does look just like Kitty Pryde. But they kind of find out, no, this is not Kitty Pryde. This is this reality's version of Courtney Ross, the same name of the woman that Captain Britain loves back in the main Marvel universe. Now, I feel like Chirs Claremont did have some plans for this actual lady right here, but he never did anything else with this character at all. And so it does seem random. It is random, but we have to move on. Now, when it comes to Rachel Summers, we do see that she did go inside the Hellfire Club. But when she went inside, she went in pretending to be Jean Grey. And so they truly believe that currently they have Jean Grey in front of them, not knowing that in reality it's Rachel Summers. Now, when it comes to Iron Man and Shadow King, their plan was to use Jean Grey as a way to get Iron Man close enough to the world leaders at the World Summit to assassinate them. Because remember, Jean Grey and the rest of the X-Men, they worked for the Empire. They worked for Great Britain as agents, and they were going to be there at the World Summit. And so if Iron Man was able to accompany Jean Grey to the World Summit, that would get him close enough to kill off the world leaders. And so they believe their plan can go ahead and continue on. But now we have to jump over to Nightcrawler. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, Homeboy is still chilling inside his prison, but then he's confronted by Allison. Now, when it comes to Allison, she does inform Nightcrawler that she had no idea that him or his counterpart have the ability to teleport. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, he also tells Allison how she is different from his reality's version of Allison. But we can also tell that this Allison is beginning to fall in love with our Nightcrawler here. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, he is able to grab Allison and teleport outside the actual castle to show her that yes, he does have the ability to teleport. But right after doing that, well, that was when Captain Britain attacks the castle, because that guy is on a mission to save Nightcrawler. And so right now, he is going to smash through the entire castle until he's able to save Nightcrawler. But now, he is about to run into his counterpart of this reality, and that's going to be Crusader X. Now, getting back over to Rachel Summers, who's still pretending to be Jean Grey, she does lead Iron Man over to the World Summit. Now, he believes that everything is going as planned. And matter of fact, Homeboy busts into the room to begin to assassinate the different world leaders, to only find out that they're not there, because Rachel Summers went out of her way to warn the authorities what was Iron Man trying to do. And so when he busts into the room, he wouldn't find them, he would find her. Now, when it comes to Rachel, her plan was to take over the mind of Iron Man, to shut him down. But his armor suit will continue on to fight for him, even though he's no longer able to fight. And so once she starts trying to manipulate him, the Iron Man suit goes active, goes into attack mode to attack her. And so she has no choice but to go ahead and call out for help, because Iron Man's suit is doing some heavy damage to her. Now, the story does get wrapped up very quickly here. Let me explain. So you have Rachel call out for help. She calls out for Megan. Megan goes see her, and Megan finds out that she was attacked by Iron Man. And then you have Iron Man begin to beat down on Megan. Now, while you have both ladies being knocked out by Iron Man, you then have both Captain Britain and Crusader X both stop what they were doing and realize that the ladies need their help. And so they walk over and they beat down on Iron Man. But after that, we kind of find out that everything is okay between everyone except Iron Man because one, he got his butt kicked, but two, he was taken to jail. And when it came to Rachel, she did inform the authorities that it was the Hellfire Club who was behind everything, and they're being led by the Shadow King. Now, these guys, not Excalibur, they believe that the next time the Shadow King attacks, they'll be ready for him, not realizing that the Shadow King is not somebody that you can easily take down, that he is somebody who could be an actual challenge. When it comes to Excalibur, it's now time for them to move on to the next reality. But this is where we are What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to Days of Future Present, the next crossover that we are going to talk about very soon on this channel. But first, we must jump over to Excalibur once again, and now we pick up with Cross Time Caper. Cross Time Caper is a story arc where we see our heroes traveling across the multiverse thanks to one small device known as Widget. You see, when it comes to Widget, he has the ability to open up portals once he is powered up by the Phoenix. Now, around this time in X-Men comics, the Phoenix was Rachel Summers. But when it comes to Widget, once he is powered up, he is able to open up portals to allow our heroes to travel across the multiverse. Now, when it comes to Widget, unfortunately, he's not able to decide which universe they're going to travel to. It's completely random. And so when it comes to our heroes, they have been trying to get back to the main Marvel universe. Now, in our last video, one of the members was able to get back to the main Marvel universe, and that would be Kitty Pryde. You see, when it came to Widget, he was able to open up a portal to protect Kitty Pryde, which allowed her to go back into the main Marvel universe. But unfortunately, the rest of Excalibur was unable to follow her. Matter of fact, they have no idea that she was able to get back home to their reality. And so the rest of the team is still traveling across the multiverse, just trying their best to get back home. And so getting into today's video, we do pick up with Kitty Pryde of this new reality that we are going to explore. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, she's watching over Excalibur as they travel across the multiverse. Now, the only reason why she's able to do this is because of magic. You see, when it comes to magic, Ileana, she is the demon sorceress who gave her the ability to watch over Excalibur. And they're trying to bring Excalibur into this reality. And so you have magic being able to send an image over to Excalibur to begin the process of bringing them into this reality. But before we are able to see that, we then see Doug Ramsey of this reality walk into the room to inform Kitty Pryde and also Magic that the Justicers are on their way right now to arrest Kitty and everyone else in the building. And so now we know that the Justicers are basically police officers of this reality. But now we are able to skip over to Excalibur. Now, when it comes to Excalibur, like I said, they're traveling across the multiverse, but we pick up with Alistair Stewart, who is trying his best to understand how Widget works so that he'll be able to get Widget to take them back home to their reality. But the problem is, when it comes to Widget, it is not like how aggressive Alistair is, but on top of that, it is not like the idea of being left alone, because it grew a bond with Kitty, and without Kitty being around, it feels lonely. Now, let's not forget, when it came to magic of that other reality, she did send an image over to Excalibur of Kitty Pryde to bring our heroes over to that reality. And so when that image appears and you have Widget see it, he's all like, oh my god, that's Kitty, and she must be in that reality. Let's go there right now. And so as soon as you have Rachel Summers being able to power up Widget, our heroes are now traveling into that other reality. Now, getting back over to the other Earth, we do pick up with Kitty Pryde about to be arrested by the Justicers. And the reason why, because apparently Kitty Pryde in this reality is a crime lord, and she has to pay for a lot of crimes that she had committed. Now, when it comes to the Justicers, they're being led by a character known as Bull. Now, when it comes to Bull, we do learn down the road that she's actually part of the Captain Britain Corps, a multiverse team of Captain Britons. But when it comes to Bull, she wants to arrest Kitty Pryde right on the spot. Now, you have Doug trying his best to say that no, Kitty Pryde is actually innocent and your warrant is just complete BS. Now, while you have the two sides arguing, well, that is the moment a portal opens up, and out of nowhere, you have Excalibur arrive with their train crashing to the home of Kitty Pryde. Now, after our heroes had crashed through the home of Kitty Pryde, you then have Captain Britain realize that she has been thrown out of the tower, and so he goes out of his way to save her because all he sees is a Kitty Pryde falling to her death, but also realize that this Kitty Pryde is not able to use her abilities. Now, when it comes to Captain Britain, while trying to save Kitty, he is shot from behind by Bull. Now, when it comes to Megan, she sees her man falling to his death, and she wants to go out her way to save his life. Except as soon as she gets outside, that is when she realized the air is heavily polluted and it does damage to her body. It burns her, and so now she's also falling to her death because the pollution is slowly burning away her body. But now we jump back over to Nightcrawler, who's still inside the tower. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, he's confronted by this reality's version of himself, and that would be Cadbury, another police officer that works under Bull. Now, when it comes to Cadbury, he's freaking out because he sees Nightcrawler, somebody who looks just like him, but a demon. Well, looks like a demon. Either way, you have Bull and Cadbury being able to take down Nightcrawler and arrest him. Now, there are two big laws in this reality. If you are somebody that looks mutated, you automatically get arrested and sent over to a camp. But if you are somebody that has powers, you get an even worse consequence. And I'll explain why down the road in this video. And so when it comes to Nightcrawler, he has to get arrested because the way he looks. Now, he didn't show them that he has powers, but again, he still has to get arrested because the way he looks. Now, when it comes to Magic, she tells the officers, you can go now because you cannot arrest me, nor Doug, nor Rachel, nor Alistair. And the reason why? Because we look normal. And on top of that, we didn't show that we have any kinds of abilities at all, which means you have no right to arrest us. You came here for Kitty, but now she's gone. And the only person you can arrest is him, Nightcrawler. And so you have the officers leave with Nightcrawler, but they still want to come back here to get Magic and the rest of the crew. Now, when it comes to Captain Britain, he's still falling to his death. And matter of fact, he says he can't fly for unknown reasons. Now, he's still trying to save Kitty Pryde, but he realized that he's about to hit the ground very hard. Now, he has no idea that Megan is also falling to her death. He doesn't know just yet, but he will find out very soon. Now, when it comes to Captain Britain, he feels like they are about to hit the ground very hard, except they don't hit the ground. They hit a river that has been also heavily polluted as well. You have all these different kinds of creatures just swimming around that should not be there at all. Now, when it comes to Captain Britain, once he's able to get to the surface, you then have Megan crash into the river. And again, her body is still burning because of pollution. That's how her body works. If the air is so affected by pollution, she's going to burn up. And so right now, with her being in the water, also being polluted, is killing her slowly as well. And Captain Britain has no choice but to find a safe spot for her and him and Kitty Pryde. And so he grabs both ladies and jump out of the river. Now, getting back over to Nightcrawler, when it comes to Kurt, we see him on trial. Now, for Kurt, he believes that he should have a fair trial here. And honestly, he should, because he's innocent. He had no idea what laws he broke when he arrived in this reality. And matter of fact, he's from a different reality. He should not have to follow the laws that you have in your own reality if he has no idea what laws they are. But when it comes to court and when it comes to Bull, she says no. The court and I had already decided that you are guilty for the crimes that you had committed because you are mutated. And so you have to be thrown into prison for the crimes that you had committed. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, he does arrive into a transport that is going to take him over to a nearby camp. Except as soon as he arrives onto this transport, he hears a young woman screaming out for help. And this reality has a Megan, and he just found her. Now, let's not forget, in the earlier parts of Excalibur, when it came to the main Marvel Universe version of Megan, Nightcrawler and her were getting very close when she almost got, left behind by Captain Britain. But unfortunately, she got back with Captain Britain. And so for Nightcrawler, when he finds another Megan in this reality, he's kind of like, oh my God, it's another Megan who has gone through so much and she needs somebody in her corner. And I can be that guy. But this is also Nightcrawler saying like, hey, I still have feelings for my Megan from my reality. Now, getting back over to Captain Britain, he is trying his best to protect himself, but to also protect Kitty Pryde and Megan. Now, he is fighting against an army of creatures where at first he is able to handle this kind of situation. But the problem is, as the battle goes on, the tougher the battle gets, to the point where he begins to lose the battle. Now, luckily for him, you have Megan jump in, because Megan has the ability to shapeshift, and so her body changes forms into a form where she will be able to withstand the pollution in the air to allow her to fight alongside with Captain Britain. Now, while you have our two heroes being able to take down all the creatures, they are then able to shift their focus over to Kitty Pryde. The problem is Kitty Pryde is about to die because of the fall earlier. But before she does die, she does tell Captain Britain that she was pushed out of the building by her best friend Magic. And so now we know our heroes must go stop Magic for the crimes that she had committed, which is murder. Now, getting back over to Kitty Pryde's tower, we do pick up with Rachel Summers. And you have Rachel right now going through some kind of illness. But luckily, she is being watched over by Alistair. Now, let's not forget that Alistair does have feelings for Rachel Summers. But when it comes to Alistair, he has to remind Rachel that she has to get better because she is the only person who can activate Widget to open up a portal that would then allow them to go back to their reality. Now, when it comes to Rachel and Alistair, they're then confronted by Magic. And this is where we come to find out that Magic wants to be the ruler of this reality. But on top of that, she feels like Alistair can help her achieve that goal because of his scientific mind. Now, getting back over to Nightcrawler, he is trying to break free from the transport that's about to take him over to a nearby camp. Now, he's also able to free Megan as well. Now, while you have the two characters trying to get away, Nightcrawler does not realize that one of the guards is about to shoot him right in the back. And so you have Megan going out of her way to protect Nightcrawler. But here's the problem. She was hit with that bullet. Now, this is a special kind of bullet where usually if you're hit by it, you are going to die. There's no way around it. And so for Nightcrawler, he has to hold Megan of this reality in his arms and watch her die. But once again, it's Nightcrawler losing the woman that he supposedly loves. Now, this chapter does get wrapped up very quickly here because we jump back over to Rachel, Alistair, and also Magic. Now, when it comes to Alistair, he's the one member of Excalibur that has no powers at all. He can't do anything, but you do have Rachel trying her best to save him, but unfortunately, she's still sick from her illness, and so she is easily taken out by magic. Now you have Nightcrawler also appear as well, and you then have Megan also appear. Really, you have all the different characters come back together, minus Kitty Pryde, of this reality, coming together to hopefully bring down magic. Now, at first, they do believe that they were able to take her down, but then she released her Dark Child side. You see, back in the main Marvel universe, when it came to our magic, she had this evil version of herself inside called the Dark Child. And the Dark Child was supposed to be the ruler of Limbo. And so in this reality, we're seeing magic turn into the Dark Child side of her, who is right now trying to wipe out all our heroes. And you do have Captain Britain also arrive, but luckily for our heroes, they do get some reinforcements. You see, we kind of find out that in this reality, Brian Braddock and also Bessie Braddock are the people in charge of this reality. They were the ones who had decided to outlaw all kinds of superheroes, to outlaw all kinds of mutations, because apparently there was a big war between superheroes and there were a lot of lives lost. And so for our two characters here, they felt like the best option was to outlaw any kind of superpower beings in any kind of way. Now they do appear at the right time to help out our heroes to take down magic. Now once they're able to take her down, you then have our heroes being able to move on to their next stop as they travel across the multiverse. But now, as we get into the next chapter, we do pick up with Excalibur continuing to travel across the multiverse. Now, while doing that, they are then confronted by an image of Opal Saturnine. Now, this is the Opal Saturnine that's actually in charge of the multiverse, of watching over the multiverse. And she says, listen, you guys have been traveling across multiple realities and causing a lot of problems in those realities. I need you guys to go ahead and head over to the Omniversal Hub so that we can send you home properly. But on top of that, I am going to deal with the Phoenix problem because she still looks at the Phoenix as a cosmic threat to the multiverse, and she wants to get rid of that problem. And that means Rachel might go bye-bye. Now we jump back over to the main Marvel universe where we pick up with Kitty Pryde. Now remember, Kitty Pryde is the only person on Excalibur that was able to get back to the main Marvel universe, but she is freaking out about the idea that Excalibur might not be able to get back to this reality, because to her that means she lost another family. She is talking about the X-Men as well. You see, when it comes to the X-Men, around this point in time in Marvel Comics, the world believes that the X-Men are dead because back in Fall of the Mutants, you had the X-Men give up their lives on live television to stop the adversary. And so when they did that, the entire world believed that the X-Men had died that day, not knowing that the X-Men were brought back to life soon after. And so for Kitty and many others, they believe that the X-Men are dead, not knowing they are alive. And so for her, when it comes to Excalibur being lost in the multiverse, she feels like she lost another family. Now, when it comes to Kitty, she has been staying at the home of Captain Britain, but staying with Courtney Ross. Now, really, this is not Courtney Ross. This is Opal Saturnine from another reality, who's right now pretending to be Courtney Ross. And remember, Courtney Ross was the ex-girlfriend to Captain Britain, but now she's dead, and you have this version of Opal Saturnine, had a hard time saying that, but this version of Opal Saturnine pretending to be Courtney Ross for unknown reasons. Now we also come to find out that it's Kitty Pryde's 16th birthday. It's time to celebrate. And so you have Opal tell Kitty, nah, we are going out for your birthday. Let's go. Now, getting back over to Excalibur, when they do arrive at the hub, their main goal is to figure out how to hide the Phoenix so that Rachel is able to go back with them to their reality. And Nightcrawler realized that Opal Saturnine is not a telepath, which means that she can't read their minds. And so Nightcrawler realized if we are able to give Rachel a disguise, where no one's going to notice it's really her, then she'll be able to go with us. And so you have Nightcrawler give her a wig and outfit to look like Kitty Pryde, to pretend to be Shadowcat so that she'll go with them back to their reality when it's time to go home. Now, back on the main Marvel universe, we do see Courtney Ross continuing to get Kitty Pryde ready for her big birthday celebration. So first, she takes Kitty over to a nearby tailor to get Kitty a nice outfit for the night. And then after that, you have Courtney take Kitty to a very nice London restaurant, a very high-class restaurant. Now, when it comes to Kitty, she is nervous about the idea of going in, but you have Courtney being able to calm her down. Now, getting back over to Excalibur, they do arrive at the hub. Now, when they do arrive, they are confronted by an inspector. Now, this inspector, his main goal is to make sure that every single thing about Excalibur matches their records before being sent back home to their reality. We gotta make sure that we are sending the right folks home. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, he passes very easily. Now, when it comes to Captain Britain and Megan, well, at first, they don't pass because their outfits had changed since the last time anyone had looked at their records. But, of course, he gives them a pass. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, which is Rachel Summers, he's like, wait a second. No, there's no way that you're Kitty Pryde. 1, you look older. 2, you look taller. And 3, other body parts look different as well. What in the world is going on here? Now, you do have Rachel give him some lame excuse, which he does take, but he's very upset with the person in charge of records. And so those two guys begin to fight over the idea that the records could possibly be wrong. Now, when it comes to Captain Britain, he believes that he is able to sit down with Opal Saturnine to have a conversation to hopefully change her mind about Rachel Summers. Now, when it comes to Captain Britain, unfortunately, he's not able to reach Saturnine that easily because you need to have an appointment. If you don't have one, you can't see her. And so when it comes to Captain Britain, he does run into some of her guards. Now, after being able to deal with those guards, he then has to fight another version of himself once again. And honestly, it's the same thing for Nightcrawler as well, because when it comes to Nightcrawler, he does run into another member of the Captain Britain Corps. Now, luckily for Nightcrawler, he was saved by Megan because he was losing that sword battle very easily. And really, when it comes to the rest of the book, we continue to see our heroes continuing to fight against different members of the Captain Britain Corps and being able to take them down. Now, once our heroes were able to take them all down, you then have Widget being able to send an image of himself over to our heroes, seeming like he's in trouble. And right now, he's at the train still that our heroes use as a way to travel across the multiverse. And so you have our heroes rush back over to the train to see what's wrong with Widget. Now, once they do arrive back at the train, they are confronted by Saturnine, who tells them like, hey, listen, I was able to fix Widget, so now he should be able to get you guys back to your reality. But also, I want to say I can see clearly through the disguise of Rachel Summers. I know she's not Kitty Pryde, but get this. I am going to let her go with you guys. I am going to pretend I didn't see anything, and hopefully you guys are able to get the heck out of here fast enough before I change my mind. And so now our heroes have the ability to finally go back home to their reality. Now, we do jump back over to Kitty Pryde, and when it comes to Kitty, we do see that she was able to spend some quality time with Courtney Ross for her birthday, to the point where Courtney had given her a brand new car to go to Paris, a nice restaurant. Like, Kitty Pryde had a really good birthday in this entire chapter for Excalibur. Now, when it comes to Excalibur, they're really happy about the idea of finally being back home in their reality. Everything is great, but here's the problem. As soon as they go outside of their home and they look up in the sky, they see Galactus. And this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we're going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to Days of Future Present. But first, we gotta jump back over to Excalibur, and we gotta cover Excalibur number 25. And here is the reason why, because we are gonna see Galactus going up against the Phoenix. Now remember, around this time in Marvel Comics, Rachel Summers was the Phoenix. And the question is right now, why is Galactus coming after her for? Now, let's not forget, when it comes to Excalibur, they had just arrived back in their own reality. You see, when it came to our coverage over Excalibur, we had just wrapped up a story arc known as Cross-Time Caper, where you had our heroes traveling across the multiverse, having a hard time getting back to their reality. But the problem is, as soon as they arrived back home to their reality, well, that was the moment they were confronted by Galactus. And they're trying to figure out, why in the world is Galactus here for? Now, when it comes to our heroes, they are then confronted by Nova. Now, when it comes to Nova, around this time in Marvel Comics, she was the herald for Galactus. Now, she does explain to us why Galactus is here for. Now, real quick, I'm not going to sit down and really dive into her origin story. I'm going to save that for another video down the road because I just want to focus on Galactus going up against the Phoenix. Now, getting back to the idea of why in the world Galactus is here for, you have Nova say because Galactus feels like the Phoenix could most likely be a threat to his survival. Now, before she is able to explain more, you then have the Phoenix hit Nova so hard that she sends Nova flying all the way over to the moon. Now, after you have Rachel Summers send Nova flying all the way over to the moon, we see the Watcher there as well. Now, when it comes to the Watcher, you have our heroes wondering if the Watcher is going to step in and stop Galactus. But you do have the Watcher remind our heroes that, listen, he's only here to observe. That's all he can do. And so he's going to watch and see what could possibly happen when it comes to Galactus going up against the Phoenix. Now, when it comes to Galactus, he does explain what he wants to do here. He says, listen, when it comes to the Phoenix, I feel like she is a threat to my life. So I created a device that will allow me to be able to split the two once again and release the Phoenix back into the cosmos where it belongs. Now, when it comes to our heroes, especially Nightcrawler, he's wondering what rights does Galactus have to come in here and say what's going to happen and we have to follow. Who put him in charge? But you have Galactus say, dude, I don't care who you think you are. I know I am way more powerful than you are. There's no way that you'll be able to stop me if I want to pull this off. Now, when it comes to the rest of the Excalibur team, they kind of feel very upset about the idea that Galactus is not trying to give Rachel nor them the choice to decide what to do with the Phoenix. And so you have Captain Britain believe that he should be able to talk some sense into Galactus, meaning that he's going to try to punch Galactus in the face. But here's the problem. Galactus brought different kinds of creatures to keep Excalibur busy long enough so that he'll be able to get his hands on Rachel and pull off his crazy scheme. But now we have to jump over to Alistair Stewart. Now, when it comes to Alistair, he's not really part of the Excalibur team. He belongs to WHO, an organization that stands for Weird Happening Organization. They go around the world to investigate weird things happening in the world. Now, when it comes to Alistair, he was with Excalibur as they traveled across the multiverse. But at the same time, this guy does have feelings for Rachel Summers, but apparently he has a plan to save Rachel from Galactus. Now, when our heroes go inside the lighthouse, we also get reminded that what's been happening in the lighthouse since Excalibur #1. Every once in a while, you do have one of our heroes on Excalibur walk into a room in the lighthouse. And when they do, they are instantly teleported to a different reality. And so for some strange reason, the lighthouse is connected to other realities in the multiverse. But either way, once you have our heroes being able to come back to their reality, you didn't have Alistair tell Rachel he has what he needs to possibly stop Galactus. Now, when it comes to our heroes, the rest of Excalibur, they're still fighting against the creatures that Galactus had brought with him to keep them busy. And our heroes, they're struggling. Like, yes, they are winning, but the problem is more and more creatures keep popping up, and they're not able to focus on the main problem, which is Galactus. Now, for our heroes, another powerful character arrives to just observe what's going to happen between the Phoenix and also Galactus. And that would be Lady Roma. Now, when it comes to Lady Roma, she is the protector of the Omniverse. And so when it comes to our heroes, they believe with her being here, she's going to step in and stop Galactus. But she says, no, I can't step in. And the reason why? Because fates are involved. We have to see who will stand and who will fall. And so for our heroes, they look at her like the Watcher, a useless character here to just observe. Now, when it comes to Rachel and Alistair, when they come back over to the rest of the team, well, you didn't have another character appear. Now, the rest of the team trying to figure out who in the world is that character, but Rachel knows this character very well. It's Death. And now Death, alongside with the Watcher, alongside with Roma, watching to see what is going to happen between Galactus and the Phoenix. It seems that possibly somebody might die here today. Now, when it comes to Nova, she does come back and she tries her best to go after the Phoenix once again. But you have Rachel once again send Nova flying back in the other direction. Now, this leads us into the actual plan of Alistair, where he wants to send Galactus to a different point in time. And matter of fact, he begins the process of trying to do that. But here is the problem. Galactus is a powerful being that cannot be moved so easily. And you have Galactus tell him, dude, what you try to do is crazy and wild, but it's not going to work on somebody like me. So my small friend, try out someone else on your own size. And so it seems our heroes are about to lose their closest friend because now they have nothing else they can do to possibly stop Galactus. And so when it comes to our heroes, they realize that they're now out of options. The only options they have left now is to continue and try to fight against Galactus, except you have Rachel say, no, everyone stop now. And let me explain why. There's no point you guys trying to fight against Galactus because no matter what we do here, we are going to lose. The only way for us to win is to allow him to get the one thing he wants, which is me and the Phoenix no longer being bonded to one another. And so you have Rachel head over to his machine and begin the process of removing the Phoenix from her. Now, here's the problem. You see, there's still a small chance that Rachel might die when it comes to this process. Now, as soon as you have Rachel begin to go through the process, you then have Death, the Watcher, and also Lady Roma step in. And when they step in, they say, hey, Galactus, let's talk real quick. You see, here's your problem, Galactus. You say the Phoenix has the ability to wipe out planets. And that's your problem right there, because you feed on planets. You are worried about the idea that there could be no planets out there for you to feed on because of the Phoenix. But here's the thing. You forgot the Phoenix may bring death, but she also brings new life. If you get rid of her, you begin the process of breaking the way the universe works, and then most likely it could lead to your end. You see, you're so worried about how she works, but you don't understand your plan could fall apart down the road where you might no longer have any planets to feed on, because without her, we can't bring new life into this universe. And so once you have Galactus realize what they are trying to tell him, he backs away. He says, you know what, fine. Rachel, keep the power of the Phoenix. I'm going to leave for right now. But you can tell Galactus realized that what he did was wrong, but at the same time, he still hates losing. But this is where we are. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we're going to continue our coverage over the X-Men. Now, we had just wrapped up our coverage over Days of Future Present, but now it's time for us to work our way up to the next crossover that we are going to talk about, and that's going to be the Extension Agenda. And I hear that a lot of X-Men fans really do like that crossover. But before we are able to properly dive into that crossover, there are a few stories that we gotta talk about first. From Excalibur to New Mutants, from X-Factor, even X-Men and Wolverine as well. And so we're going to cover those stories and then dive into the Extension Agenda. Today's video is going to be about Excalibur. Now, something I do want to mention is that when it comes to Excalibur, if you have seen our coverage over this series, you know that we have covered almost every single book of the series so far. But now we're going to have to skip over a few books. And here is the reason why. So some of the books that come right after Days of Future Present for Excalibur is honestly not important to me at all. I could be wrong for right now, but when I read, I'm kind of like, they're really more just filler stories until we got an actual story arc to continue the team's adventures, to get them ready for the next crossover or big things to come for the team down the road. And so today, we're going to cover a story known as Girl School of Heck. Yes, you heard that right. That is the actual title of this story arc. It takes place in Excalibur number 32, 33, and also 34. This 3-part story arc also brings back Kitty Pryde to the Excalibur team. Because remember, when it came to the Cross-Time Caper story arc, Kitty Pryde was able to get back into the main Marvel universe, while the rest of the team continued to travel across the multiverse. Now, when they came back into the main universe, they had no idea that Kitty was also there. And the Kitty, she believed that Excalibur was just lost in the multiverse. So both parties have no idea that they're both back now in the main Marvel universe. And this story arc is going to bring those two parties back together again. Now, the opening pages of this book, we are left to believe that we're in some kind of different reality. And here is the reason why. So when we jump into the opening pages of this book, we pick up with Excalibur going after a group of Nazis. But here's the catch. Most of the members of Excalibur, well, they're all men. Yes, you heard that right. They're all men. Kitty Pryde, a guy. Rachel, a guy. Megan, a guy. Now, Nightcrawler, yeah, been a guy. But they're all boys. But either way, they are able to take down the group of Nazis. But we kind of find out that they're being led by a female Captain Britain. And so we're left to believe at first that yes, this has to be some alternate reality. Except it's not, because then out of nowhere, we see the Prime Minister wake up from some kind of dream. And we see that she was in some kind of therapy session. And in this session, her therapist had hypnotized her to make her believe that she was in that reality. Now, as she leaves, we kind of find out that her therapist is actually a classic X-Men villain, Mesmero. And this guy has the ability to hypnotize almost anybody. But now we have to jump over to Kitty Pryde. Now, like I said earlier, for Kitty Pryde, she believes that Excalibur is still lost in the multiverse. And so because of that, when it came to Courtney Ross, who's not really Courtney Ross, but I'll say the whole full of explanation for another video, she told Kitty, you know what? you are still a teenager and you need to finish school. And so you had Courtney being able to get Kitty back into a school. And so right now we see Kitty meeting up with Miss Rutherford, the head mistress of the new school that she'll be attending. That's just all girls. Now for Kitty, she knows that one, she is very smart. She is very advanced when it comes to her studies. But unfortunately, this is the route she has to go. She just can't skip grades and go to university. And so right now it's her just trying to adjust to her new lifestyle. Once you have Kitty Pryde being able to arrive to her room, well, she sees a bunch of girls going through her stuff and just throwing things all over the place. Now, the leader of the group of girls is a character known as Phoebe Huntsman. Now, when it comes to Phoebe, she's going to be Kitty Pryde's rival, or really Kitty Pryde's bully. But you have Kitty getting very upset about the idea of these girls just going through their stuff. Now for them, it's a small prank, but for Kitty, it is not okay at all. And so she goes out of her way to attack Phoebe. Now, when she does, you then have the headmistress and another teacher appear and says, hey, y'all cannot fight. But they get very upset with Kitty because when they arrived, all they saw was Kitty giving Phoebe a beatdown. And so Kitty, on her first day of school, got in trouble. But now we have to jump over to Excalibur. Now, when it comes to Excalibur, they are currently going after a character known as Vixen. Now, when it comes to Vixen, she is a gang leader in this area. But here's the catch. That's not Vixen. That's somebody else pretending to be her. That will be Nigel Frobisher. And Nigel works for Courtney Ross. Now, like I said earlier, Courtney Ross is not really Courtney Ross. It's somebody else pretending to be her. And that will be Opal Saturnine. Now, when it comes to this Opal Saturnine, she is also from a different reality, but has big plans for this reality. But she also wanted control over Vixen's criminal empire. And so she told Nigel to pretend to be Vixen. And so you have Jamie Braddock, the brother to Captain Britain, use his reality warping abilities to change Nigel into Vixen when they need him to be Vixen to do some criminal activities. But now we have to jump back over to Kitty Pryde. But when we do, we see that Kitty had some issues when it came to her first week at her new school. Really, just non-stop pranks and none of the kids being nice to her at all, not even trying to talk to her. And so for Kitty, she is literally giving up. She says, you know what? Let me go ahead and just go back home. Go back to the lighthouse. Now, if she does that, that'll be great because then she'll find out that her friend's Excalibur has returned back to the main reality. And so you have Kitty begin to head out. Now, while she's leaving, she overhears in the possibility of the school having to close down because there's no more funds to keep the doors open. But for Kitty, she does not care at all. Now, something else I forgot to mention is that when it came to Kitty Pryde, when she had arrived at the school, her powers were not working properly. But as soon as she leaves the school grounds, her powers begin to work the correct way once again. And she kind of wonders what in the world is going on the school grounds that could possibly affect her powers. Now, the rest of the girls at the school, they truly believe that they got rid of Kitty Pryde. But no, they did not. Kitty Pryde had came right back to the school and she sees they're playing hockey today. And she says, you know what? Y'all playing hockey? I want to be on the opposing team so that I can go after Phoebe. And now when it comes to Phoebe, this begins the process of her becoming a tad bit more important in this story arc. But you do have Kitty and Phoebe go at it. And at the end of the game, Kitty Pryde is able to hit the ball right into Phoebe's face and of course gives her a black eye. And so is Kitty saying, hey, my team won, but I was also able to get my payback for what you did to me earlier. And Kitty just walks away. But now we have to jump back over to Murderworld, and here's the reason why. This man is just laying in his bed, minding his business, but then out of nowhere, he's confronted by two robots who tell him, you have to work for our masters. If you don't, we're going to kill you. And the guy's all like, well, it seems like I don't really have a choice here, so yeah, I agree to your terms. But now we jump into the next chapter. Now we pick up with Megan and also Captain Britain visiting a TV set to one of her favorite soap operas. But while on the set and you have Megan showing how excited she truly is, you then have Captain Britain look over to a poster. Now when he does, he sees Murderworld, but he also sees all the X-Men on this TV poster as well. And he gets very ticked off because he knows that one, Murderworld is a bad guy for the X-Men, and two, he still believes that the X-Men are dead. Because remember, most of the world truly believed the X-Men had died back in Fall of the Mutants, when they had given up their lives to stop the adversary on live television. But while you have Captain Britain and also Megan looking at this poster, well, then out of nowhere, a flash happens, and we see that now they're under Murderworld's control. But now we have to jump back over to Nightcrawler. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, at this point in time in Marvel Comics, he was technically not as strong as he used to be. And I feel like this is another callback to the Mutant Massacre. Let me explain. So in the Mutant Massacre, Colossus, Nightcrawler, and also Kitty Pryde were severely injured in that story arc. Now, Colossus, Nightcrawler, Kitty Pryde, they had all recovered to a certain point. You see, for Nightcrawler, he no longer has the ability to teleport as many times as he used to before he has to rest. But now, if he teleports once, he has to take a breather. And so when we jump over to him, we see him trying to go through a test that he made for himself, where he jumps off the lighthouse into the waters, and he wants to see if he is able to teleport twice to make it all the way back up to the lighthouse. But unfortunately, he can't, and he has to be saved by Rachel Summers, who gives him one heck of a lecture. But while you have Rachel Summers giving Nightcrawler one heck of a lecture, well, then the doorbell rings. Now, when you do have Rachel go downstairs to see who rang the doorbell, she sees that it's Jean Grey. Now, let's not forget that back in Days of Future Present, these two ladies are not on good terms at the moment. And so for Jean Grey, it's all like, hey, I know we're not on good terms, I'm here to talk to you. But this is not really Jean Grey. Instead, it's Murderworld. And so he was able to get Jean Grey under his control, along with Captain Britain and Megan. And then you have those three characters get the jump on Nightcrawler, where then you have Murderworld once again use his abilities to get Nightcrawler under his control. But now we have to jump over to Kitty Pryde. Now, when it comes to Kitty, she's trying her best to just mind her business. Matter of fact, she's just shadowboxing and trying to enjoy some quiet time. Now, while she's doing that, she's being observed by a group of girls from the freshman class. Now, these girls are also being bullied by Phoebe. And really, when it comes to Phoebe, she realized that nobody is truly scared of her anymore now, thanks to Kitty Pryde being able to stand up against her in the last chapter. And so because of that, you then have Phoebe tell the rest of the girls that still listen to her and says, hey, no one is going to talk to Kitty. No one is going to help her. We're going to find different ways to make sure that she wants to leave this school, because right now I am not happy about the idea of all these different people no longer scared of me. Now, while you have Kitty Pryde in her room, she's then confronted by the head mistress. Now, the head mistress only came there to say, hey, Kitty, listen, I have some concerns for you. I realize that you have not been able to make any friends here at all. And for Kitty, she tells her like, I know, but like, no one likes me. And so unfortunately, I gotta move on and focus on my studies. Now, before you have the head mistress being able to talk more to Kitty Pryde, that's when she gets told that there is a meeting going on in her office on the phone. And of course, that meeting is talking about the school, the possibility of the school closing down because of no funds. And so she leaves. Now for Kitty, she realized that the headmistress seems very concerned about something. But when she looks out her window, she sees Phoebe going into another window and kind of wondering where in the world Phoebe is going into. And we kind of find out that Phoebe has this hiding spot that's right above the office of the headmistress, where she is able to listen in on all conversations. And so Phoebe begins to hear about the idea of the school closing down because, again, there's no funds to keep the doors open. Now, while you have Phoebe listening in, so is Kitty. She was able to sneak into the hideout that Phoebe has. But unfortunately, Phoebe overhears Kitty in the room and gets the jump on her. Now, let's not forget that Kitty Pryde's powers are not working properly when on school grounds, and so she's unable to phase away from Phoebe. But you didn't have the two girls come to an understanding. You see, for Phoebe and a lot of girls at the school, this school is their home because their parents most likely did not care for them at all and send them here as a way to get rid of them. And so for Phoebe and a lot of girls, this is their home, the only home they can possibly have. And so you have Kitty Pryde realize that what Phoebe and the rest of the girls are going through. And so you have Kitty say, listen, let's work together to find a way to keep the doors open, to make sure the school does not close down. But now we have to jump back over to Murderworld, and we see him once again talking to the same two robots from earlier. Now, these two robots, their masters had sent them over there to make a deal with Murderworld. But now he is saying, listen, there is no way that I am going to work for your masters until I meet them, because I want to know who I am working for. But their masters know how his powers truly work. If they walk into that room and they have eye-to-eye contact, homeboy is going to easily take over their minds. But he says, hey, listen, no deal? Then go ahead and kill me. I don't care if you do. And so you have the robots be called back to their masters to think up a new deal. Now, while the robots are leaving, they're being followed by Captain Britain, who is still under Murderworld's control. Now, while he is leaving, we kind of find out that the robots were not even talking to Murderworld. They were talking to Megan, who used her ability as a shapeshifter to change her form to look just like him. But now he has the chance to figure out who was trying to recruit him. But now we have to jump back over to Kitty Pryde and her classmates, where they had decided that they are going to they're going to compete, better word to use, in a cheerleading competition. You see, when it comes to Great Britain, they're getting a football team, an American football team. And so the team needs some cheerleaders. And so the girls believe if they are able to win that competition, then they'll get paid very heavily, and that money should be enough money to help keep the school open. That's their master plan. And so as we dive into the final chapter for today's video, we actually pick up with Kitty Pryde and also Phoebe saying goodbye to their head mistress as she gets on a train to basically meet up with Courtney Ross, because she knows that Courtney Ross has a lot of money and most likely Courtney can pay for the school's debt. Now, as soon as the head mistress leaves, you then have Kitty Pryde call up the rest of the girls at the school, and this gets wild, guys. You see, what they do next is they basically cut down trees to block roads and cut down phone lines to cut the school off from the rest of the world so that nobody can tell the headmistress that all the girls had left and headed over to the cheerleading competition. Like, that's how wild this story got. But now we have to jump over to Excalibur. Now, when it comes to Excalibur, they're being put through some kind of training session. Now, when it comes to the training session, they have to fight against an army of robots where they are able to take them out very easily. Now, the only reason why Excalibur went through that training session is because of Mesmero. He wants to make sure that Excalibur is ready for the big meeting with his clients. Now, we kind of find out the robots were actually made by, well, Alistair Stewart. Now, when it comes to Alistair Stewart, he is actually part of the WHO organization, and WHO stands for the Weird Happening Organization, where they go around the world to investigate weird things happening across the world. And he was the one who built the robots. Now, he is also being controlled by Mesmero. But we kind of find out that his twin sister is actually immune to the powers of Mesmero. Like, she is unable to be taken control of by him, and he has no idea why. But he does use Nightcrawler to take care of her. Now, when it comes to the girls, they do arrive at the stadium where the actual competition is going to take place, and they're trying their best to get ready for it. But of course, you do have a few girls getting nervous, but they realize that they don't have a choice here. If they're not able to win that money, their school goes away. And so they all come together and they get ready for the big time show. But getting back over to Mesmero in his meeting, we kind of find out that he is actually meeting up with the Fenris twins. Yes, you heard that right, the Fenris twins. Now, they are the twins to Baron von Strucker, and they are actually mutants as well, but they were given the X gene before they were actually born. But they were the ones who had contacted Mesmero. Now, they believe that they're still in charge of this meeting. They have no idea that he has taken control over Excalibur. And so while the meeting's going on, you then have Megan appear. And when she appears, they realize that he had basically set up a trap. Now, the rest of the book does get wrapped up very quickly here, and let me tell you how. So when it comes to Kitty Pryde and her classmates, while they're going on with their competition, in the same stadium, Mesmero was having that meeting with the Fenris twins. And so while you have Excalibur and Mesmero fighting against the twins and their robots, well, you have everyone realize the stadium is no longer safe. But Kitty Pryde realized that her team has come back to the main Marvel universe. And she also realized they need her help. And so she leaves her classmates behind to go help out her fellow friends. Now, at first, her classmates are very angry with her, but they realize that she needs their help as she's trying to help out her old team. And so you actually have the cheerleaders, Excalibur, Kitty Pryde, work together to take down Mesmero and the Fenris twins. Like, literally, the cheerleaders just helped to save the day. Now, the story really does end with Kitty Pryde being able to rejoin Excalibur, leave the school, but the school is going to stay open. And the reason why, because no, the girls did not win the competition, but Courtney Ross was there. And she's all like, hey, I heard that you were looking for me. I got the money and I'll pay to keep the school open. And bam, just like that, Excalibur can move on now with their days. And so this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, see y'all next time. Later.